You're on time.
You're on time, the Senate's running it. That's what he was gonna say.
I didn't say.
During the good years, I don't ever know.
Alright.
Well, right now,
All right, we'll call the meeting to order. See that we have everyone here. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Legislative Budget Committee meeting. Senators and representatives, you have the minutes in front of you, and so please take a look at those, and we'll either approve those right before lunch or right after lunch. At this time, we'll have the update on the State House technology upgrades. And we have Alan, is it Wise?
Twice.
Wise. Legislative Chief Information Technology Officer. Welcome back, Alan.
Thank you, Chairperson, again, and members of the committee. You should have my report in front of you this morning. This is an update from the items that were presented at the last committee meeting on September 3rd. So under project planning and approval, this committee passed a motion and drafted a memo to the LCC to request approval of the project. That was completed, and then on September 16th, last Wednesday, Tom Day presented the project to the LCC. The LCC unanimously passed a motion to approve the project. The project plan will be finalized and approved by myself and Tom Day. Today, we plan on getting that out today and filed with the KECO office. The system requirements have been finalized, and those are included in the request for proposal. And that RFP has been finalized, and we plan to release it today also. Under project funding, we submitted the request for funding to the Coronavirus Relief Fund on September 3rd. And that funding is included in the round 3 priorities of the CRF. SPARK committee approved that funding on September 16th. The State Finance Council approved the funding the next day on the 17th. And Tom Day received official notification from the Recovery Office on the 21st that funding was approved. And our staff will be attending a CRF reporting webinar this Friday, because there's a reporting requirements to go on with using those funds. Under systems review by legislative staff, we've had demonstrations of systems by Microsoft and Cisco. Those occurred. Microsoft one was on the 14th, and the Cisco demo was on the 21st. We're looking at how the systems could work in room settings and features and functions of those systems. Under infrastructure, we're working with Mission Electronics to update the audio system. We should have a quote next week. Terry Clark is heading up that effort. I should also note that Terry Clark will be the project manager on the full virtual state house project also. And once we get that, it'll take about 2 to 4 weeks for the equipment to be received, and we'll have a few days to get those systems installed and working. We'll also be expanding use of adjustment and monitoring software, so our staff can easily adjust the room audio systems. And then OITS is preparing the quote for additional data jacks and wiring closets for the streaming, and that may also include new network switches in those closets to handle that extra capacity. Critical items to be completed is approving and filing of the state project plan and the recent release of the RFP. And like I said, we're working diligently to get those done today. And I can stand for any questions.
So the RFP will go out, and how long do they have to?
I think we have October 7th is the deadline for responses.
Okay. And then are we doing, or will they do that, or will we do the evaluation of what's behind these walls? Like, I want to know, do we have copper wire, do we have pipe?
We'll do that evaluation with OIS, the Department of Administration, IT staff.
When
To handle that.
will you do that?
That will be part of the process we do, is we look at each room and determine where equipment is going to be installed.
So I'm not worried about where the equipment is as much as I'm worried about the infrastructure behind the wall being inadequate to do what we need to do. Who's going to do the flow charts or the grid charts of what is behind these walls? Or can somebody just give me that?
Are you talking about the full State House network?
I am.
Okay.
I'm talking about whether we have pipes, empty pipes to run cable, or if we just have a copper wire behind the sheetrock, or what kind of phone line we have back there. Because I don't want to put in very, wonderful technology and then find out we're still having problems because the problem is behind the wall.
Yes, and the State House network and the capacity that those systems need is part of the process we have to go through to make sure it works properly. But we can get you information on that.
Okay, when will we get that information?
Wait.
Okay, somebody surely knows what's behind these walls.
We have to work with boys to survey it and update it.
Would you have time to come back and tell us what's behind the walls at our next meeting? I believe is around the 6th of October.
Yeah, we'll get some
Can
information.
you do that?
Yep.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you. Any other questions from the committee? Senator Hawk?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had the same question. I think I asked it privately. We don't have a fiber backbone in the Capitol. We have Cat 5 running. Is that generally what we think is there?
We have Cat 6 and fiber.
We do have fiber.
Yes.
Spots, but not
Into the building, not to the
into the building.
Right.
And so it's likely with that fiber into the building, even if we have copper, we can make the system work. I would imagine, because that's the case in a lot of them.
Yeah, well, we will learn that from the vendor responses, but most of the systems will work over copper.
And then the other thing, I'm glad you're looking at Microsoft Teams and the WebEx. There are some of us who are now technologically stuck on whatever we finally got to work at home. So I hope you look at Zoom. I'm really comfortable with Zoom, and I have a lot of colorful backgrounds that the chair recognizes. Still looking to get a picture of the Senate chamber instead of my house computers. But anyway, does that mean that those are the only two formats you're looking at?
No, well, when the RFP goes out, we'll accept bids from any vendor, so we will be evaluating all responses.
So Zoom is not active.
We're on Zoom.
Yes, now, but will that be the case? And I know the state's trying to move to Microsoft Teams. And that may or may not be done.
Any vendor will have an opportunity to respond.
Good, good.
We're sending the RFP through the Department of Administration. They'll be posting RFP.
Thank you, Manager.
So I guess that raises another question. We'll have to stay with a certain like WebEx or go to meeting or Zoom. We can't be flexible with all of them.
Once you're on type of system, you generally have to use their software to connect in, but one of the things we'll look at is interoperability between systems. How easy it is for people to use that software. Most of them now, you just download an app into your browser and then you can connect to the system. It's pretty easy, but that's one of our requirements for the system is ease of use for not only in the room, but people out in the public.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of our criteria.
Okay. Other questions? All right. Well, we'll see you guys back in next few weeks. Thank you, Howard, for being here today. Thank you, Terry.
Thank you.
Our next item is the annual update on the Veterans Claim Assistance Program, and we have Eric Roller. Yeah, you can fix that after you go here. Deputy Director at the Kansas Commission on Veterans Affairs Office. Welcome and thank you for being here. Huh? Yeah. Please tell us how you say your last name.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Committee members, I am Eric Rollletter, the Deputy Director, like you said, of the Kansas Commission on Veterans Affairs Office. Thank you so much for letting us present and highlight one of our successful, many successful divisions in the Kansas Commission on Veterans Affairs Office. With me today, I have our Director, Director Gordon, as well as our Chief Fiscal Officer, Lou Drury. We're privileged at the Kansas Commission on Veterans Affairs Office to serve over 195,000 veterans in the state of Kansas, as well as their dependents and other eligible family members for federal and state benefits. We are the principal advocate in the state to advocate for veterans benefits through whether it is state or federal. Many benefits out there that veterans don't know about that we assist with. How do we achieve our goal? We have 4 veteran cemeteries throughout the state at Waukegan, Fort Dodge, Winfield, and just outside of Fort Riley at the Manhattan Cemetery. We also have 2 veterans homes, long-term care at Winfield and Fort Dodge. We also have 14 field offices throughout the state, primarily the area that the VCAP is focused in, and I'll be discussing today. We also run some peripheral programs such as the state approving agency, which approves all GI Bill benefits throughout the state and ensures that those benefits are delivered to the veterans by the schools. Today, I'm here to give you a brief update on the Veterans Claims Assistance Program, or VCAP for short. It's a system that which the eligible residents of Kansas can obtain assistance and advice in procuring benefits from the state and federal government in areas of veteran survivor benefits. We have, there are 3 major components of the VCAP. The first one is to provide service grants to eligible veteran service organizations that apply. There's several different criteria that they have to meet. Each June, I send out a letter to all of the service organizations that reside in the Wichita Regional Office. And currently, it's the American Legion, American Vets or AMVETS, Disabled American Vets, DAV, Military Order of the Purple Heart, Paralyzed Vets of America, and the VFW, Veterans Forum Wars. As of this year, 2 chartered veteran service organizations, both the American Legion and the VFW, have elected to participate and receive our grants. It's pretty stringent on some of the guidelines and stipulations that we put forth for a good reason, because we need them to be in certain areas and places that they're actually able to assist veterans. By accepting our grant, they agree to be in all 3 locations: the Wichita Regional Office, the Topeka Hospital, as well as the Leavenworth VA Hospital. There are several other criteria that they have to meet, and both of those organizations absolutely have to absolutely do meet those criteria. The grant was those are the only 2 organizations that actually have annually been part of the grant. So those are the only 2 that since 2006 that have accepted the grant money from the Kansas Commission on Veterans Affairs. The good news is that the budget grant amount started out at $500,000 back in 2006, all the way through 2013, increased slightly in 19 to in 14, it increased to 600,000, and then again last year it was 50,000 was added to that for 650, and then this fiscal year, of course, we have 700,000 that's divided by each eligible grant participant. The second leg of the VCAP is actually the Veterans Claims Assistance Program Advisory Board, and this board meets quarterly to discuss veterans issues and then bring those And we bring those forward to the, both the agency and the director, Director Burton, as well as if it has to do with the cemeteries and homes, then we'll take those to those heads of those divisions. Like I said, we meet quarterly. It's comprised of myself as the chair, and then one member from each chamber, the Senate and the House. Thank you, Senator Hawk, for giving your time, because it really means a lot, getting that input from the legislators to know the inner workings of the VCAP. Absolutely. And then two are appointed by the governor, and each eligible VCAP participant puts forth 3 names, and the governor selects someone off that list for both the American Legion and VFW. And then the governor actually, and then one member is appointed from each participating service organization. The third part of the VCAP, real quick, is our quality assurance. We were instructed to statutorily develop a quality assurance program, and that was done. It's comprised of 3 individuals in the Wichita Regional Office, and they review all claims that go through that are submitted prior to sending on electronically to the Department of Veterans Affairs. Just for instance, when prior to that, well over a significant amount of claims were getting kicked back, but after we established and the quality assurance program, very few claims actually get kicked back, and when they do, it's something really minor, which we usually contest with the VA and resubmit immediately. Okay, just real quick on the tables that I included in the testimony. You can see last year's funding for the combined requested amounts by both organizations did total the total amount of $650,000. Of course, the salary and wages are the primary recipient of the grant money. Moving down to the second table, over the past 5 years, you can see the claims awarded amount that is specifically and directly related to all the claims that were submitted by the grant participant, the VFW and the Legion. It's a very significant amount, especially when you look at how much grant dollars are provided to them. And this is done by one veteran service representative in Topeka, one veteran service representative in Leavenworth, and 2 veteran service representatives in the Wichita Regional Office. Very significant. Last year, 6,788 claims were submitted by the 2 participants for a total of $121 million, $536,681 came back into the state. It's for every dollar spent on that grant, so that's $650,000 last year, brought in $187,000 of realized benefits to veterans and family members in the state of Kansas. Just real quick, we've submitted over and approved, awarded over 100,000 claims by the VCAP participants since its inception, and well over $1.8 billion in claims have been paid to veterans and family members throughout the state. And this is in the amount, or in the service-connected disability compensation, whether they were injured in service or they contracted a disease and met the criteria for that, whether it's death pension for a surviving spouse or a non-service connected pension for the veterans that may meet those criteria, and several other benefits that apply, education benefits and life insurance, those kinds of things. So, on behalf again of the Kansas Commission on Veterans Affairs Office, I thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak to you all and update you on our VCAP program. I stand for questions at this time.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Of course. Senator Hall.
Could I defer as a
because I went last time.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this may be something that we may talk about on a little bit about, but so the office or the representatives that come down and speak to the, about their benefits in the different communities, are they through your office? When I see some of the papers says veterinary, or veteran representative will be in the area to speak, are they coming from your office?
Usually, yes, that usually is us. We have a program that, it's based out of 14 field offices. So there may be a single veteran service representative assigned to that field office or two. And they will also be responsible for anywhere from 2 to 17 counties.
Right.
So
that's quite a few of them, and they
That's
try
right.
to get around the different ones.
Yes, absolutely. And we do go out and we speak. We actually set up, we partner with, whether it's the local library or the county courthouse, and we'll set up shop for a couple hours. Veterans will come in and see us.
Okay. Well, the reason I bring that up is I had a gentleman at a meeting the other day come up to me and said he's been trying to get his benefits changed. He's for several years. And he said every time he's having trouble with the paperwork, and it sounded like it was like back in 16 or 17 he started this, and he took a reevaluated, I guess, for disability to a certain percentage, and one of his biggest gripes, I guess, was that they only come at certain times, and he is unable to be there at that time. So he's having to do it almost all remotely, and it's just, he's having a lot of trouble with it. So is that the case that you're just there at certain times on every time?
That is the case for scheduled itinerant travel to those locations. Now, that being said, we were very successful throughout COVID. We got everything done remote, everything, so we are usually able to, whether it's over a video teleconference, Zoom, Teams, whatever it is, we can usually take care of that type of issue. Now, I understand a lot of people want to talk face to face with a veteran. If that's the case, please let us know or have them contact me.
Okay.
And I will take care of it. We'll see what we can do.
Okay, we'll talk about it a little offline.
You bet.
Appreciate it. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Deputy Director Rowe-Lever, and I finally got it right. And Director Burton, I want to commend you because, as you mentioned, I've been a member of that advisory board, and when we see the benefits that our veterans get because of your effort and the organization you put into that, I think it's substantial. And I also think you've been very responsive when we've had veterans that have had problems, and I'm very impressed with the cemeteries and what we've been able to do for our veterans and honoring them and their service through that. So just a host of things. I do have a question, and I always look at the numbers, and back in 2016, we had $156 million of benefits with 6,200 claims. And this year we have 121 million. So that was 35 million more in 16, but we have 560 more claims. So I'm glad we have more claims, but why did we get $35 million more in claim money back in 16 as opposed to this year?
Yes, Senator, that's a great question. I'm a data numbers guy, so we try and look at all the factors that come into play, whether it's maybe the VA had a new illness that was added to the exposure to herbicide, or maybe we had a large group of veterans come back at a certain time, just all kinds of different things that do play into that. That's an anomaly in 2016. I can't really explain it other than maybe that's right at the very tail end of the addition of the 3 ischemic heart disease, and there's 2 other diseases that were added to the Agent Orange exposure. And we did have we were kind of stable that year. Turnover has a lot to do with how we can provide services. someone really doesn't get trained for almost 2 years before they really start doing solid claims work. So we had some turnover after that. We have about a 25-30% turnover rate on some of our veteran service representative positions. There's so many different factors that go into it. I can't give you a specific one, but of course the numbers here, as you see the increase in last year, January was the addition of the Blue Water Navy claims. So we had some significant increases to that. For those that don't know, that's herbicide again exposure, Agent Orange exposure to those that Navy personnel, any personnel that were on ships off the coastal waters of Vietnam.
And my last question is, I think it was 2 years ago, we did the proviso on the lottery. Has that improved the situation? And do you think we might, I suppose it's going to fall on us to get a statute in there, but
We're close to
is that working well relative to giving you more predictability on your revenues from the lottery?
Yes, Senator, that you hit the nail on the head with, we can absolutely budget. If prior to that, year to year, it fluctuated quite a bit, as much as a couple $100,000 at times. And that comes right out of cemeteries, the homes, and veteran services. So now we can, it's been, the last 2 years have been really good as far as budget goes.
Yeah, I assume we want to keep that proviso, but it would be preferred to get a statute passed.
Yes, Senator.
I think the House is the one that has the Veterans Committee, right? No pressure, guys. Thank you.
Any other questions? I don't see any. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. At this time, we'll turn our attention to the update on COVID-19 testing and nursing facilities. We have Scott Bruner on Zoom, Deputy Secretary of Hospitals and Facilities, Kansas Department of Aging and Disability Services. Welcome, Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Scott, you need to unmute or something. Can't hear you.
Volume.
No, it's your volume. It's your volume.
Sorry. Is that any better? Do I just need
No.
to speak?
Shouldn't be our volume, but your computer's turned up full.
It is turned up all the way, yes.
All right, we're checking on it. Hang on. Try again, please.
Is that any better now?
Thank you. Yes.
Is it? Okay, thank you. Sorry for the, I appreciate being able to connect remotely, and thanks for your patience. Thanks for the introduction as well, so I won't belabor that. And I'm working from some PowerPoint slides that I provided, and hopefully you have those in front of you. I'm going to start on the slide number 2 that's titled Nursing Facility COVID-19 Testing. We wanted to set a little bit of context of kind of where we were through most of our COVID emergency with testing in nursing facilities. Before August, our recommendations to facilities and the rules they were following were guided by the CDC and the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services and KDHE's recommendations about testing, about the frequency and who needed to be tested and when. KDHE released a testing strategy in June that laid that out kind of for the statewide approach using the KDHE lab and other resources. So I included a few bullet points about what that meant. At the very basic level, the KDHE guidance about testing did not recommend doing general surveillance testing in a nursing facility without evidence of symptoms or close contact. And so we worked, the KDHE folks and our team at KDADS worked with nursing facilities that had an exposure or had a positive case to figure out the right kind of testing, how many people to test and the frequency. We used that KDHE guidance to work on a state document to help nursing facilities think through the process of reopening. CMS had issued some guidance as well about that, and we wanted to clarify it. So we leveraged heavily that KDHE guidance to still say, as a principle, you wouldn't want to test everybody in a nursing facility on a prospective basis unless there was a case. and that's the guidance that we followed until just a few weeks ago. So if you would go to page 3 of the slides. So CMS issued an interim final rule on August the 26th. And I included the reference to the explanatory memo that we use, QSO 2038. And that interim final rule directed nursing facilities to test, required nursing facilities to test all of their staff in the building on a frequency based on the county positivity rate. CMS and the Department of Health and Human Services directed that facilities could meet that requirement by using a point of care testing machine that would primarily test for antigens of the COVID-19 virus, or they could use an offsite laboratory or some other lab resource that they might have, preferably if that lab could return a result within 48 hours. So either of those, either their own device or a testing machine or an outside lab result would meet that requirement. The frequency of testing is kind of one of the issues that's raised a number of questions and raised other issues, is how frequently facilities would have to test their staff. The CMS rule says that's based on the positivity rate of testing in the county where that nursing facility is housed. And so if the positivity rate for COVID testing is below 5%, the facility needed to test all of their staff once a month. If the positivity rate was between 5 and 10%, they needed to test their staff once a week. I apologize, that's wrong on the slide. It should be once a week in that medium category. And if the positivity rate was high, over 10%, they had to test every staff member in their facility twice a week. As you can imagine, that generated a lot of concern for facilities. This rule went into effect on September the 2nd. With just a few days of notice about the rule being in place. And so facilities have been trying to keep up with that and meet those requirements to do that amount of testing. So within that guidance as well, it says that facilities have to be prepared to test all residents. The requirement is just on staff. That's important to comment on. But if there are positive cases, then there may be a need to test residents, and that follows generally the same procedure that KDHE had laid out before. And then facilities have to report their test results to KDHE and a national data source on a pretty frequent basis. KDHE more frequently than that national data source. On the slide 4, we wanted to talk a little bit about the testing machine. So that's kind of the rule. To help implement that rule, one of the things that HHS did was send out testing machines to nursing facilities that had CLIA waivers or had the ability to do testing within their facility. So if you were a certified nursing facility with a CLIA waiver that CMS knew about, the odds are that you were going to get one of these two types of testing instruments. 281 nursing facilities, based on the last list that we got from Health and Human Services, were scheduled to receive those machines. They were delivered, sent out early in August and generally delivered between the middle of August and the end of August, although some are still getting machines up to date as of a couple days ago. The machines were free, the testing kits were free, at least that first round of test kits. With the machine, facilities got enough kits to complete one round of testing generally. Some got a few more than that. And then facilities were directed to reorder for testing kits from the manufacturers of the devices. And we've heard pretty consistently that there's a backlog to get those additional testing kits from the manufacturers. There's really not another supply other than either BD or the Quidel company. In the questions that I was asked to respond to, it asked about the method of testing or what was tested. And so the machines that facilities got are antigen-based tests, and they do use a nasal swab to do that. And it does, because the antigen test is not as sensitive as the kind of standard, it's called a PCR test that looks for the genetic material of the virus. The antigen test itself, if that's positive, you usually have to get a confirmational test to follow that up to just make sure that the result is completely correct. So those are the machines. In addition to those machines, on the next slide, the most current information is that the White House and Health and Human Services purchased 150 million Abbott Binax testing cards, and I included a little image of what it looks like in case facilities in your areas might have them. These are also antigen tests. They also use a nasal swab. It's another way that facilities could do that initial round of testing, kind of the screening testing for antigen of the test, and those are being shipped out to nursing facilities in high test positivity counties and those medium range test positivity counties. When we talked, both KDADS and KDHE had a call with Health and Human Services 2 weeks ago on Friday, and in that call they indicated the plan was to keep sending out these Binax cards to facilities to meet the testing demand through, they said, for the next several months. I think Thanksgiving was the date that was thrown around. So those are going to be coming out to facilities for a while. We do have a list from HHS of facilities that are getting these devices. And so there were 106 assisted living facilities and 264 facilities. We got a new list yesterday, and I didn't count up the numbers again, but generally it's a large number of nursing facilities. And in addition, this covered got some tests to assisted living facilities as well. So that's kind of the new development. On slide 6, there are a couple of just considerations, issues that have come up, and kind of why this is a significant issue for nursing facilities. So the antigen test that you can conduct using these machines, if you have enough test kits, if you get a positive, you have to confirm the result. And so the process has been that KDHE is directly involved in getting the report of the positive result from the antigen test. And then KDHE works with the facility to get a confirmational test using a PCR test to verify that it's correct. And then if that indicates that more testing is needed within the facility, KDHE and the epidemiology team takes the lead on that. So there's a real need for ongoing communication between nursing facilities to report their test results, and then KDHE to work with them to kind of manage those cases for outbreaks. And then on testing frequency is the other issue. In the initial CMS rule, CMS provides the positivity rate by county, and that sometimes that didn't match the positivity rates that KDHE was reporting by counties. And so we got many questions from facilities about which one do we use. And CMS said you could use either, just choose one and stay with it. And then document that result. And we're working on some guidance from KDADS to say, we think that, or from everything we've been able to determine working with KDADS and working with CMS, the KDHE number is reported faster, uses more information, and measures the same thing, so that's the preferred measure and to determine that testing frequency. And so then I put on the slide the number of counties in each of those categories. I'd used an older list when I got the slides done earlier in the week, so I apologize for that. But so instead of the 33, there are 31 counties based on the last reported number for the week ending September 13th. 31 counties that have a positivity rate greater than 10%, so they'd have to test twice a week. There are 30 counties, including Johnson, Wyandotte, and Sedgwick, that's still true, that are in that middle category that have to test every week, and 44 counties that are only at 5% or lower positivity. So there are more counties in that, again, using the KDHE report, but at least for the 61 counties that are testing weekly or more frequently, that represents a large number of nursing facilities that are needing to deal with that. And I know I want to leave time for questions, so the last slide in the deck that I sent in were about some resources. So we wanted to kind of account for all of the funding that's coming to nursing facilities that would be related to testing and other kinds of things that are there. I believe Secretary Lorenz is going to talk about some of this too, attached to Spark. So I may kind of gloss over that, but I draw your attention to the third row or third bullet point. There was money directly from Health and Human Services and the CARES Act going to nursing facilities for additional costs, including testing, over a couple of rounds of funding, and that represented $102 million that was going to nursing facilities. But everything that we've heard is that this creates a lot of demand for testing. The testing is expensive. Buying the kits is expensive, and so there's some additional needs that may we need to be identified for facilities going forward. And then the other part of the resourcing question is the devices. Much of this funding is only going to skilled nursing facilities or certified nursing facilities. There's a lot of other adult care homes and settings that might need some of this testing as well, not with the CMS requirement, but would need to be tested just to be up to speed. So we wanted to give you a little characterization of the funding picture as well. Madam Chair, I maybe would stop there and see if there are questions. I was asked yesterday to talk about the visitation guidance that came out as well, and I'm prepared to do that. But if this is a good time to stop for questions, I'm happy to take a few.
Thank you, Scott. I need to be clear on the antigen. Is it by a swab or a finger prick, the antigen?
You can do both. The machines that Health and Human Services send out rely on a nasal swab.
Nasal swab. So, but they're not as accurate, the antigen tests, correct?
I'm not an epidemiologist, so I'll tell you what I've been hearing. Well, what I do know is that even the CMS guidance says if you get a positive result on that antigen test, you should confirm it with the PCR test that looks for all the genetic material of the virus before you would trigger any kind of action like facility-wide testing.
What's the turnaround result on the antigen?
The testing machines that facilities received can run an antigen test in, I think it's within 15 or 20 minutes from the description of the machines. Depends a little bit on the volume. So if you're testing all the staff in the building, it could take a little longer than that. But an individual result takes about 20 minutes on the BD and the Quidel machine.
And we're using this. Is this because it was supplied by the federal government?
Yes, I think facilities that received the machines did use them. I don't think I've heard any reports of facilities that didn't use them to meet the testing requirement, as long as their testing supplies and kits lasted. Once they ran out and they couldn't get any more of the testing kits they need to put into the machine, they had to shift to other labs or other resources to get the testing done that they needed to meet the requirement.
But we're required by CMS, based on our percentages, to do up to 1 a week, 2 a week, and let's see, have once a month, twice a week. If it's
That's
hot.
correct. Yep, that's correct.
CMS requirement.
Yes.
CMS requirement. So not
For skilled nursing facilities, that's true. Yes.
okay. So not knowing how long that's going to last. So just curious if KDHE's done any cost analysis on, now that we're turning our focus to business community with saliva testing, if that is cheaper, it's certainly easier on the patient as well as the employee that works there.
I know, so the governor enlisted some additional help from the outside, a special advisor to the governor's office to help kind of coordinate all the testing demands. There's certainly this part related to nursing facilities and adult care homes that KDADS is involved in, but there's testing needs in schools and businesses like you've mentioned. So there's a great deal of work going on. I'm not the expert. I'm pretty focused just on the nursing facility and long-term care side, but would be happy to take that question back and talk more about the overall approach.
But have you looked at how long we've had these supplies? If you did a snapshot in time of this week, and you did, based on the numbers of the requirement, how long our materials would last, our testing?
Every report that I've heard, and that's not all the facilities that got these machines, said they have exhausted the supplies that came with the machines originally. So that was within the first week, 2 weeks of these machines being available. So we don't really have a sense of where we've heard from facilities that they need help getting testing completed. And whether that's using a private lab or a national lab or their own devices, there's certainly a need to get that done. The one exception, or not exception, but the permission in the CMS rule is that if a facility can't meet the testing requirement because they don't have enough tests, can't get access to a lab that would return results in a reasonable amount of time, or they've run out of money or kits or whatever the reason is, they can document that they attempted to comply, they've made their best effort, and CMS will accept that as the response in terms of reviewing the compliance with this rule. So there's a little bit of wiggle room that doesn't answer the question, and if a facility really needs to test based on somebody flags that has a temperature and symptoms at the door, or a staff member would report that they were exposed and needed to do broader testing, but that facility would still have to do it. But for this compliance purpose, they can document that they've made their best effort, and that's from all the reports that's acceptable to CMS at this point.
Right, well, but I think if we're gonna run in, we defeated our purpose already. The whole purpose was to identify hotspots and clusters. And if we run in, what do we know in week 4 and 5 that we don't have anything? So we just defeated our purpose of trying to track this. So I think we need to have more conversation on that, but I'm gonna let my other colleagues ask you some questions, and then I have one more afterwards.
Sure.
Representative Wolf, one more.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Scott. I have a couple of clarifying questions. So you said that this CMS regulation applies to skilled nursing. Does it also apply to assisted living centers?
No, it does not.
So they don't have any requirements on when they have to do testing at the assisted living, is that correct?
Not in terms of their license or our so we license assisted livings. We don't have a requirement for them to test as part of the licensing process or review process. They should be able to have some testing done if they find a positive case or suspected case, that kind of routine, kind of what we've been saying all along in KDHE's direction was, if you've got somebody who's suspected positive, you ought to be able to get them tested. And that may be the KDHE lab, but not for compliance for their license at this point.
And then you had this chart about how often they have to test, and I know
Yes.
there are some discrepancies, but Wyandotte County today sees a 15% positivity, and in this, it seems quite a discrepancy, has it as either 5 to 9.9%. So what would be the difference there? That's quite a large discrepancy. So are they required to just test once a week based on that? Or is it the health department stats for the individual county's health department?
So CMS, I don't know what the CMS rate is. When I looked at the KDHE website yesterday, that reported for every county through the 13th of September, that was the last column on the school gating criteria for test positivity that had every county represented. Wyandotte County was in that middle tier, 5 to 9.9%. We have heard those reports that if you look at the CMS data, it could be a different number. Some of that is timing of what test results are being included, which is why we thought, in working with the trade associations for long-term care, KDHE, that we probably ought to recommend one consistent source, and so we've landed on that, on the KDHE testing positivity rate that they've got on their website under the school gating criteria. So I'm happy to pull that up again and look at it. But when I checked it yesterday, Wyandotte County was in that middle tier for the week ending September 13th. So it could be different now based on another week's worth of data. But that for the week ending last Sunday, not every county was represented. So I wanted it to be complete for this.
We haven't been below 10% in quite a while, unfortunately. So, and this is countywide, right? This is how you get this data. Okay.
Yes.
I'll check in with the health department in Wyandotte County. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think, Scott, the biggest concern I have particularly those nursing homes that have to test twice a week. And I've heard the cost per test is anywhere from $80 to $100. Is that what you're hearing?
Yes, that's similar to what we've heard, yes.
So what is KDAD going to do, or what should we be doing, particularly for some of the nursing homes that are in that where they're going to have to test twice a week? How are they going to be able to afford to do that if the supplies aren't there and they don't have enough revenue to pay for the test?
So we've identified some of the Spark money would go to, there's $38 million in Spark funding that we requested for nursing facilities. That's in the process of flowing out to nursing facilities now. And Secretary Lorenz will talk some more about that this afternoon. And her numbers are more up to date than mine, which that's on me to not be accurate. But so she can talk about that. That would get facilities some more funding. There's also some federal money coming, or that has been coming, and they've identified another pool of money to distribute for testing, and that's fine. But to your other point, you've got to be able to buy the supplies, and the supply chain's not functioning. And so, talking to Health and Human Services, they thought that would improve through the month of October. The Abbott Binex cards that are going out as well can kind of fill in some of those gaps, depending on how many testing cards facilities get. So there's a few different paths, but I wouldn't characterize them as being sufficient given the volume. I guess the other part is that for skilled nursing facilities that have this rule to comply with, if they're making their best effort, but they can't get the tests, can't find a lab, they can document that and they're not going to be penalized for that. So that that seems like a good, best effort for facilities to do. That doesn't really answer the question, what if you actually have a positive case or need to do testing as an investigation for an outbreak? But then KDHE can provide some of those resources as well. So it's a little bit of a mixed bag, but I agree the resourcing element and is a concern, and we've certainly heard that and want to keep figuring out the best way to meet those as we can.
Do we know if, particularly in Sedgwick County, WSU is investing in their molecular testing? Are nursing homes in that county going to be able to use that facility, which I think we heard is a lesser cost and a more rapid turnaround time, but I don't know if they're up and running yet.
I haven't heard that, Senator. I can certainly pass that along. We're in pretty regular communication with the county health department leadership and the AAA and aging leadership in Sedgwick County. So we can pass that along. I just haven't had that specific conversation with anybody in Sedgwick County.
Thanks, Scott. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So they will be up and running next week, and is my understanding, and then they'll do as many tests that they receive money through Spark, that they're putting together a system to where they'll be able to sell whoever wants to buy X amount. So they're setting up a long-term model.
Nursing homes could.
Nursing homes could take advantage of that, yes. Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Scott, thanks for being here. Thank you for what you're doing to try to open up these nursing homes. I think that looking at this whole situation, that has probably been the worst that has happened in all of this. Is we've got people that, very delicately put, I guess, this is their last move. That if you go into a nursing home, this is probably your last move you're going to make. And you've got people that are very vulnerable and that are I know I'm hearing from constituents that, they're not happy that they've got loved ones who are paying, they're self-paying to be in a facility, and they're not being able to go and see them. Their loved ones don't understand exactly why they're not able to see them. So I guess my point is, I'd like to know what percentage of facilities around the state are now allowing people to come in and visit.
That's a great question, and I share your concern. So I think it's moving a bit. So our initial reopening guidance that was paired with what CMS had issued out over the summer was to work with your county. So depending on the county's level of reopening, and then the facility working with the health officer to talk about positivity rate, transmission, ability to get tests, those kinds of things. The facilities could make adjustments to doing some reopening to visitors. We didn't ask for those kind of reopening plans to be submitted to us because it's really the facility's decision, and they were following the CMS rule, which was to be closed to visitors. So we could ask, do some survey work to figure out the number. And I hate that this is my answer, but it depends a little bit on the facility and depends on the conditions in the county. So the facility could be ready to reopen, have a plan to execute that, and then have a positive case, and things would just stop. So it would vary quite a bit by the day. So I don't like that as the answer, but we can do some more. We work closely with the trade associations, and we can see if they have a sense of how many facilities are open. We have done some survey work with facilities to kind of see what they're doing and how the reopening has gone, and got something around half of the facilities responded to the survey. So we know there are facilities that have policies in place, and it may be limited to window visits or telephone visits or outside visits. So it's a pretty mixed environment. And then that's now changed a little bit since last Thursday, when CMS said that there was, they reversed their decision about being entirely closed to visitors and want facilities to reopen. So that could very well change over the next week as facilities figure out how to get reopened under those new sets of CMS rules.
Oh, okay, so maybe a little early to actually survey them, because a lot of them may be opening in the next week or two.
Again, I'd hesitate to say reopening is what you or I would think it is. It may be outside visits. It may be visits once a week. Whether to your concern is, if a family was used to seeing their loved one every week, or a spouse was used to seeing their spouse every day, they may not get back to that for a while, but there is some movement, and CMS is allowing some more flexibility. So happy to give some more thought to what that would look like, how we would ask the question, and to be able to, because I have the same question that you do. I'm trying to figure out how to ask the question in a way that would get an answer that could be responsive.
Okay, thank you. If you can find out, any information you could find out about that, I think it'd be great. I mean, I totally understand. I don't have anybody that is in any of the facilities around my area, and I can understand them not wanting to allow someone like me that doesn't have any direct contact to come in. I mean, I think that we do need that those that have family, we need to be working as hard as possible, and I think you are, and I appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Scott, good to see you. My question revolves around on page 7, the money.
Mm-hmm.
So does that go through KDADS and then reimburse nursing homes through that? You think about that, if they have 100 folks in their facility and it's $80 to $100 or to $100 a pop, that's $8,000 to $10,000, weekly. So how quickly are we turning that money around to reimburse these nursing facilities?
Mm-hmm. So for the $38 million that was identified as spark money, and again, Secretary Lorenz will talk about that some more this afternoon. So I stole her numbers off her slides. So I listed here as 125 facilities have agreed. The facility has to sign an attestation for the spark money. When I did this late last week or over the weekend, it was at 125. Secretary Lorenz will tell you it's 149 because she's got more updated numbers. Facilities have done that, and we've distributed 18.6 million based on her results as well. So that money's going out. It is coming from KDADS. We're releasing it through the Medicaid fiscal agent to get that money out to nursing homes. And as soon as I think we've been turning around from when we get the signed form from the nursing facility. We've been sending that for payment within, I think it's 3 days. And so that money goes out to facilities as quickly as we can release it once we got it from Spark, which was within the last 10 days or 14 days, if I remember correctly. The $10 million, that's the second item. We were just approved for that money at the Finance Council last week. And so we're going through the process of getting that approved, but that'll start flowing out, and that's going to state licensed facilities and assisted living. So a different category of facilities than the first item. But that will come from KDADS through a vendor. And those are the two items on that list that we're in direct control over. The money coming from HHS was going directly from CMS or an HHS vendor to nursing facilities based on their cost reports or some other measure that HHS calculated.
And that's the 102 million?
Yes.
That goes directly to the nursing homes from CMS?
That's already been distributed as my understanding.
So it was on a per patient or per client?
There were 2 batches, and I think they were both based on an amount per resident or per bed. I would need to, I can verify that and get it back to you. It wasn't an amount per resident or per bed.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
We got Senator Billinger, and we got trying to move on. We got somebody online that's our next presenter.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Scott, thank you for being here today. Just a couple of quick questions. You said 281 have received the machines. So how many did not? How many total do we have?
350 or so. So one of the differences is you had to have a CLIA waiver, and not all nursing facilities do. We are working with the trade associations and some individual homes that meet, as far as they know, all the criteria for getting a device. And there's an appeals process with Health and Human Services to be reconsidered. And we've been successful 2 or 3, I think, facilities that didn't get them in the first round, but are scheduled to be shipped machines. So it's somewhere in the 50 to 80 facilities that didn't get a machine, and there are some that should be eligible based on the HHS criteria that we're working through.
So what are they to do if they're not eligible?
So they'll get some of the Abbott Binax cards, or they've got to work with a private lab to do that through a lab vendor locally, or a LabCorp or a Quest, a national service like that. So that's been part of our guidance all along, is that given the need to test if there's a positive case or you flag somebody in a screening, you needed to make sure that the facilities had a relationship or a contract with a lab. Now that was before there was the mandate to test once a week or twice a week or once a month. So the volume is significantly different, but it's not inconsistent with the prior direction that we'd been giving facilities to have a relationship with the lab.
Okay, so out of 350 total, how many have not had a positive case in their facility?
I'd have to check the numbers with KDHE on positivity and that reporting. I don't have that handy. I think the list of outbreaks that I've seen, I'd be guessing, and I don't want to speculate. Let me work with KDHE and see if I can get you that number of our facilities that have had an outbreak.
Okay, thank you. One other question. How many of these facilities are holding empty beds for folks that they would bring in with the virus?
I think I just got the last part of your question. How many are holding beds for people that are positive?
You're not renting out or putting folks in, like, for instance, in Goodland, right? There's 3 beds that they won't let people go in because they're holding in case they need to bring somebody on the virus.
Not all, and I'd have to check on the most current number. We did ask for facilities if they wanted to designate part of their facility as a COVID positive unit, so a segregated area for people that are positive. Some facilities needed permission from us on their license to do that. It's also part of just the CMS recommendation to have an isolation area for people that are COVID positive. So I could tell you how many have asked for permission to use the facility differently, either open up some beds or use a wing differently. I could get that number for you from the request that we received that needed some licensing authority to have that COVID isolation unit.
Thank you.
Okay, Scott, you're gonna have time to get all this because we'll just bring you back on October 6th and 7th. We have a 2-day meeting, so.
Okay.
We can continue this at that time. So, and I'm sure we'll have more new information and more questions as well. So thanks for being with us today, Scott. I do want to just leave with, I wanted to talk about this, but we can wait. Representative Hoffman brought it up that I'm getting calls and emails and even letters from families that, you know, have not gotten to touch their loved ones. And the question now is becoming that, is there another pandemic that some people are just dying because of loneliness and no hope? So I think that that is something we need to probably talk about a little bit more in the next meeting as well.
Sure. No, glad to do it. Sorry for taking the extended time. I appreciate the connection.
And we just didn't allocate enough time. So thank you, Scott. We'll see you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, we're going to have a presentation on how state fairs fund their fairs and how state fairs are handling the COVID-19 revenue loss. Today we have with us Marla Calico, the President and Chief Executive Officer from the International Association of Fairs and Expositions. I will just share that I have personally known Marla. We serve on the board of directors for the State Ag Rural Leaders, and she's been a tremendous asset to that board and brings a wealth of information to us. And that's why I wanted to have Marla here today to help us understand how the other state fairs are operating. And so because we're going to need to figure out how to help ours out. So thanks for being patient and waiting, and welcome to Kansas.
Thank you very much, Senator McGuinn. I appreciate it very much. I'm hoping that you can hear me okay. And thank you for the opportunity to share a few words about the state of state fairs. I would like to set the stage with a little bit of a background on the differences, the way fairs are funded, and then we'll move into how they're dealing with COVID-19. So if you'll allow me, I will share my screen and show the PowerPoint. I think you have copies, so you can go right along with that. And so anyway, quick little overview. I am the president and CEO of the International Association of Fairs and Expositions. We are a trade association headquartered in Springfield, Missouri. Just briefly to set the stage, we represent over 1,100 fairs around the globe, the most in the United States. And all of those members have agriculture as their primary mission and their focus. And we serve those members by providing information, education, and advocacy. And just so you have a snapshot for the entire industry, the majority of fairs are going to be the small county fairs, which many of you, I'm sure you're familiar with. So, 80+% of our members have less than 100,000 in attendance at their fair. But we do represent from the very smallest to the very largest of events that take place around the globe. So to set the stage and to have a better understanding, please note that just because a fair has state in their name, they are not created equal. We did a survey about a year and a half ago just to verify and get our information updated. So we have 11 fairs across the country that are considered standalone agencies of the state. And I do want to make note that although it does not have state in its name, the Georgia National Fair in Perry, Georgia is the State Fair of Georgia. There are 8 state fairs that operate under the Department of Agriculture, and that includes the Pennsylvania Farm Show. Pennsylvania does not have any additional state fairs of any kind, but the Pennsylvania Farm Show is truly ag-focused. It does not have a carnival or concerts. There are 2 state fairs which operate under the tourism department. That would be New Mexico and Kentucky. And then the Wisconsin State Fair operates under the Department of Administration. There are 3 state fairs that are actually IRS not-for-profit entities, but they're considered quasi-state agencies. And a tiny bit of an error with that right there. They're not all 501c3s. Utah and Florida are 501c3s. Nebraska is a 501c5, which is a not-for-profit category specifically for agricultural fairs. There are 14 state fairs across the United States that are totally 100% not-for-profit, either a 501c3 or C5. One of those is the Nevada State Fair. They do not have an agricultural event. I know very little about them. They just have recently started up again as a new organization, and I don't have very much data on that. There are 6 states that do not have any official state fair whatsoever. One state fair, Virginia, is owned by the Virginia Farm Bureau. In Montana, the Montana State Fair is operated by county government. And then there are 3 state fairs which are operated by for-profit private companies. So the funding also of these state fairs varies across the country. Other than any type of a general fund or appropriation that way, I just wanted to point out that Illinois State Fair receives proceeds from unclaimed property. Colorado, when they passed their recreational marijuana tax, they became a recipient of a percentage of that. The Indiana State Fair receives proceeds from parimutuel betting as well as from riverboat casino gambling admissions. And Iowa receives some capital improvement money occasionally from the Rebuild Iowa Infrastructure Fund. Of course, you have the situation there in Kansas State Fair, which you changed a few years ago so that the sales tax collected on the fairgrounds would go back to the fair. A number of states have issued bonds on behalf of their state fair for capital improvements upon the fairgrounds. And then there are 5 fairs who also receive some type of funding from either their city or their county. In the instance of Colorado, they get assistance from both the city of Pueblo as well as their county. The North Dakota State Fair receives funding from their county for marketing assistance. So it just really varies across the country. But I did want to point out also that nonprofit state fairs have received funding from their state. Arkansas can request a budget allocation for operations. They did last year, I believe. 3 fairs have asked for capital improvement allocations and have received those, but certainly nothing guaranteed. And then one that I'm sure you are familiar with, the neighboring state, Nebraska State Fair, beginning in 2004, they began to receive 10% of state lottery funds. And as of July 3rd, the report is that since its inception, they have received 55 million plus from that funding stream. And it averages about 4.35 million per year for the last 3 years. Some other things, a few state fairs get grants from either tourism or cultural heritage. West Virginia is a good example of that. They get some support through their cultural heritage department. And the governor there just about 3 weeks ago announced a $300,000 additional commitment to the State Fair of West Virginia because they were unable to have their event this year. And of course, agriculture being at the heart of everything, 4 not-for-profit fairs receive some reimbursements for ag prize money that they would allocate to youth. Not new to you, not something, a new concept, but fairgrounds of all types have challenges, but particularly state fairs, they will have acres of roof that has to be maintained. Many of them are very, very old facilities. The buildings were built with a single purpose. They may not have any climate control, and the challenges of bringing them up to meet ADA compliance is also extraordinarily costly. And particularly on those older fairgrounds, the aging infrastructure is of serious concern. And when you've got a water or sewer line go out under some of those acres of asphalt, it becomes very challenging and expensive to fix. So right now, obviously, we're going to talk a little bit about how COVID has wreaked havoc on the industry, but it's also important to know that a state fair has many things beyond their control, weather being the number one thing. You have 10 days of rain and it just kills your revenue stream. But also the local economy can have some impact. Sometimes when there is a news event, something very serious, whether on a local, state, country, or global, that if it occurs during the fair, that can have some impact on fair revenue. And then, of course, in our world today, fairs of all types have a lot of competition. We all have in-home options for entertainment, but we also have, in a non-COVID year, other opportunities for our time and our disposable income at festivals, concerts, community events, and even at casinos. But this year, since in the last 200 plus days, COVID-19, the pandemic, has truly wreaked havoc on the live event, because what are live events, fairs included? They are mass gatherings, and very few have been allowed to go forward. The Florida State Fair was held in the early weeks of February, so they got their event in. COVID was barely on anyone's news radar at that time. The Delaware State Fair was actually, which is a not-for-profit, was actually the very first fair of any size to go forward. And they ran a very safe event and went forward with everything except their concerts. The Wyoming State Fair and South Dakota State Fair, both similar into Kansas with the structure with the state government, they ran their full fairs and they did them successfully. Now, Wyoming State Fair is pretty small. Many county fairs are larger than it, but they both were successful. They were able to have their events and move forward. The remaining one, Mississippi State Fair, which is an entity of the Department of Agriculture there, is scheduled to start on October the 7th. They are not going to do concerts in their large indoor arena, but they're moving forward as of right now with all of the other full programming. So of the 22 state entities, Wyoming, South Dakota, and Mississippi will be the ones that go forward. But of those, there were 7 state fairs that they could not even offer in-person livestock events for their youth. They were totally shut down, could not even live up to their mission. And the state of the industry is that 95% of all fairs in the United States have been or will be shut down because of COVID-19. That results in a $4.67 billion loss of economic activity that is generated across the industry in those fairgrounds facility. This is money coming strictly to the fair through gate admissions, sponsorships, commercial exhibits, food and beverage, carnival, entertainment, and then, of course, as is very important to so many fairs across the country, facility rentals, the ability to hold those other live events which take place within a community. And of course, it's devastating. It's devastating to the local community. We don't have the numbers on economic impact, but across the spectrum, it's certainly in hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars, because the fair itself, they spend money on wages, supplies and services, visitors coming in, the entertainers, vendors, exhibitors, carnival, all are spending money on lodging, food, entertainment, and fuel. That has all come to a dead stop. And a fairground facility, again, is more than just the fair. It's revenue generation, it's a community hub, it's social impact, it's an economic engine. New Mexico State Fair, I talked with the manager there last week, they get 50% of their annual revenue from rental of their facilities. And that has, again, come to a dead stop. And just a reminder, and I'm sure this is nothing new to any of you on this committee, but fairs, all fairs are important to their community and what they do in contributions. Many provide scholarships for youth. They donate tickets to service organizations and needy individuals. And then across the spectrum, volunteer organizations and civic clubs are often engaged in the fair, and it is their primary source of income. So now we have that ripple effect of loss of income within the community. And I can't leave that topic without talking about how fairgrounds are there in times of need. Fairgrounds serve as critical infrastructure in their community, whether they are staging to, in this instance, to collect donations to take feed, bedding, and other livestock supplies. At the Nebraska State Fair last year, during all of the flooding, they were staged with National Guard coming in to pick up hay. They collected hay and then they took it and made the airdrops out to the farms. Across the spectrum, these photos are all from Florida, where the fairs there serve as staging for power companies in times of hurricanes, but they also serve as a shelter. And of course, right now, up and down the West Coast throughout Oregon, Washington, and especially California, fairgrounds are being utilized for fire camps, for evacuations of animals, and many, many other activities. So fairgrounds are critical infrastructure to be maintained and to have for the future. My question is, if we can't support fairs right now and keep that fairgrounds viable, what are we going to do when we need those fairgrounds structures? So I reached out to 13 state fairs in anticipation of this presentation to try to get as up-to-date information on how they are responding to the COVID-19, what they're looking for in terms of resources that they're going to need to survive. I got 9 responses back, which is pretty good. And as you can well guess, most of them are in current discussions with their legislators right now. They're looking at all angles. They're doing exactly what we're doing here. We're looking, exploring, talking about what might be. But I did have 3 that I wanted to share in specifically with their permission. They understood what we were doing here, how their state has responded. So the California State Fair, also known as Cal Expo, is in Sacramento, the state capital. The manager there reports that their revenue for the year is down 82%, and they predict a $22 million shortfall of revenue. It became very desperate about a month ago. The fairgrounds is being utilized for sheltering for homeless. It has been used by National Guard. It has been used for testing. It is called in for emergency services, and that requires people there, staff. It requires supplies, services, utilities. And they were very, very desperate. They were looking at literally closing down for lack of dollars. So the state came in with a $6 million commitment for general fund support. And that was approved about 3 weeks ago, I think. They also created a $3 million revolving loan fund. So when they incur these expenses for providing emergency services, but before they get reimbursed by the appropriate agency, be it FEMA, National Guard, whatever, they can borrow money from that to utilize that. They've had 60% of their full-time staff laid off. But the CEO wanted me to point out that this fair, which traditionally receives no funding whatsoever from the state, in 2017, they were able to make the case to receive $15 million for deferred maintenance. It was the first time in decades that they have a massive infrastructure to maintain out there. And then effective July 2018, there is a funding stream for all fairs in California that comes from the state sales tax that is collected. So 0.75% distributed back out to the fairs. And I believe that's from sales tax revenue generated at fair operations year round. And they expected that the year 1 was about $18 million distributed to 70 fairs. But of course, the fairgrounds have no activities right now. And so sales tax, they do not know what they're going to be seeing in that line of funding for 2020. State Fair in New Mexico is operated under the tourism department, and their governor has said that they should not be operating any events whatsoever. So they are at a total standstill. And again, 50% of their annual revenue comes from rental events. The CEO there says they may be able to seek some short-term assistance from the state, but do not know the extent of that at this point in time. But one of the things they are exploring for the future is when the state implements a recreational marijuana tax to have a percentage of that as dedicated funding, similar to what's happened in Colorado. And finally, the Indiana State Fair in Indianapolis, they have had a so far 74% revenue shortfall. They are beginning to have the ability to have a few selected events on the property. So they're beginning to see a little bit of rental revenue coming in. But of course, they were unable to do their fair, which is the primary source of revenue. And again, they receive a dedicated funding stream from riverboat admissions for gambling. But because that has been slowed, decreased, ground to a halt, they don't know how much they're going to be able to get off of that from the year end. They already have been in discussions, and they know that the general appropriation line item, which is typically $2.4 million, will be reduced by 15% as it is for all state agencies. They have requested preventative maintenance funds. They typically get about $1 million a year. So they have put that request in. They do not know if they're going to get it. And then the state did cover a $2 million bond debt payment that was due on the Coliseum. So I have several other slides that I could go into, but I know you're running short on time. I just want to emphasize how important fairs are. They preserve our tradition, they preserve our history, but they also create new traditions. And so what I'll do is I'll stop sharing my screen at this point in time and just be available to answer any questions that you have.
All right, thanks, Marla. We're fine on time. We have a 2-day meeting in a couple of weeks, and we're going to move the water office to that time so that we can get back on track. It's been plenty of time asking questions to you. So if anybody is listening and waiting to hear the Kansas Water Authority budget recommendations, that will be October 7th, and so you'll be getting a notice about that at a later date. So questions from the committee? Representative Wingmaster.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Obviously, you're aware of the situation we're having at the Kansas State Fair because they were not able to operate. Actually, it would have just concluded the State Fair had they been able to operate this year, but as of COVID-19, they weren't able to. And so we're looking at a revenue shortfall for the Kansas State Fair, which technically from your slides, I mean, that's considered a state agency. And we're looking at about, I think, $2.3 million just to make them whole so they don't have to furlough any employees. I guess my other question, or my main question would be, how does this affect some of the, mainly the carnivals, maybe contracted with the state fairs that do have a carnival? Are we seeing carnivals going out of business because they were not able to participate not only in state fairs, but also the local county fairs?
Yeah, that's an excellent question, and thank you for asking that. Yeah, the mobile amusement business, at this point in time, I have not heard of any that are totally closing down, save one. And it was a family operation, small carnival, only played regionally, and that's one that has closed down. But you know, the industry as a whole, the mobile amusement industry, has seen tremendous shrinkage over the last dozen or so years. It is increasingly difficult to secure labor to operate. The cost of going down the road, particularly with insurance, very, very high. And so when you have a situation where they cannot build a route, and that is what carnivals, mobile amusement operators are built upon. It's the ability to go from place to place to place. That's where your efficiencies exist. So for example, early on, I know of one carnival who played 4 really large fairs up and down the East Coast. And the first one was in Carolinas or Virginia, then moved to Pennsylvania, then to New York, to Vermont, and then began to work their way back. Well, no matter the situation, if they couldn't connect all of those dots, they couldn't go to just one. They couldn't go to just one. We have a couple of carnivals that did, and it was extraordinarily expensive because the minute they open up the gate to leave their quarters, their headquarters, the insurance bill is in very high 6 figures. And so it's very difficult. Several of them had secured their labor. They use a labor pool. It's a part of a federal visa program called H-2B, foreign workers who there's a lottery to get them. And some of them had already secured their H-2B visa workers because there's a fair season in Florida and Texas in January, February, March through May. And they had to send them back home because they couldn't keep paying them. And that's part of the situation. A few were able to secure the payroll protection program funding through the CARES Act. I know a few applied for some of the SBA low loans, but we're not really going to know until the beginning of the 21 season what the status is going to be on those carnivals. But it's a significant revenue stream for fairs. It truly is. And so if some of them begin to go out of business, there are going to be serious implications across the United States for fairs.
So looking into 2021 and trying to plan exactly what state fairs may be encompassing then, could it also be a concern or an issue that there may be issues in trying to place vendors and entertainment which could also cascade into a revenue loss again for the state?
Yeah, vendors, I think, with the exception perhaps of indoor commercial exhibitors, there will be some of those businesses, because at a fair, typically there's a mix of local businesses, very niche businesses that are singular products, and then you have vendors who travel across the country or within regions. I think we'll probably be okay on commercial vendors as long as local business is strong and as if those local businesses have survived. Food and beverage vendors, so far, the bright spot has been that people really, really, really love fair food. And so across the country, fair food vendors are finding a lot of success, whether that's setting up on a street corner in their hometown or doing like what Wisconsin State Fair did over a period of 3 weeks. They put 55,000 cars through their fairgrounds, all to buy fair food. Minnesota State Fair actually sold tickets for a food parade. So food vendors, I think, will be able to get out. Entertainers, that's going to be a unique situation. I think there's going to be a number of things. The major concert providers, the major entertainers, they too are like a carnival in that they build a route. That's where you have your efficiency. Once you get those big trucks loaded, you've got to go from place to place to place with very short turnarounds, short hops, in order to be as efficient as you possibly can. So the question is going to be, will they be able to build that route? Because if there's still that unknown whether or not a fair can happen, particularly early in the season, because we don't have any assurances of vaccine. We don't have any assurances on when events are going to be able to take place again. Routing may be an issue. I think there's going to be additional concerns for the fairs in their ability to meet an entertainer's requirements. For example, at one fair this year that did go forward with a concert, that performer required that, for example, all of the air conditioning units in the dressing room trailers had to have brand new filters and be serviced before they would even walk in the room. They're making changes. Catering's not going to be the same. They may require more distance between the front of the stage and those very high premium front row seats, or they may require all of those folks to wear masks. So there probably is going to be some challenges if they can do an entertainer, that they may have some additional costs that are going to be a part of that. But it is still very much unknown. In our business, what we say is the only thing that's certain right now is the uncertainty of it all.
Well, I would agree with that. Actually, I used that comment at one of our state finance council meetings. Looking at the funding, is there anything that is coming from the federal government for state fairs? I know a few weeks ago, one member of our federal delegation had said that they were going to try to pass legislation in Congress to assist state fairs. But obviously, we've kind of seen how Congress has been acting the last few weeks, and nothing is transpiring as far as the federal front. And so is there any idea that the federal government will assist our state fairs?
Well, we're trying, and we're trying very hard. This is the first time, to my knowledge, that this association and this industry has ever attempted anything like this. There is a bill in the House, 7883, Agricultural Fair Rescue Act. It is co-sponsored, it is bipartisan. It is sponsored by Representative Panetta from California and Representative Long from Missouri. And it is building some steam. I just got an alert just about an hour and a half ago. It's up to 42 co-sponsors, and that is a jump from 26 co-sponsors earlier in the week. So we're beginning to see some significant bipartisan support of that House bill. It would provide $500 million, and it would be allocated through the USDA Farm Marketing Services Program, which is a line item in USDA's budget. It would add $500 million to that. The Farm Marketing Services would then distribute that money to the respective state departments of agriculture and allow them to allocate it according to the needs within their own state. So formulas have not been set, but that is the text of the bill. This morning, we are actually working now to try to find someone in the Senate to be our champion and to create a bill on a companion bill on the Senate side. Again, just like you watching what's happening, we don't know our chances of cutting through everything in Washington to get that done, but we are working very hard. We've had a tremendous outpouring of grassroots support from our fairs all across the country who are reaching out to their representatives to ask them to co-sign on this bill. And as soon as we get a champion in the Senate with the companion bill, we'll be working very hard on that.
So if passed, this would actually not only assist state fairs, but also county fairs?
It would be for all agricultural fairs. The designation is for agricultural fairs throughout the state.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So one of the states I thought I read was not agriculture at all, so they would be not included. Nevada, because they're not agriculture.
And I'm sorry, I missed the first part. Which one?
I think it's Nevada.
Yeah, Nevada State Fair. At this point in time, again, since they actually shuttered about 12 years ago, maybe 14 years ago, they literally closed and they weren't taking place. And they just started again within the last 3 or 4 years as kind of a community, not-for-profit. Quite honestly, I cannot find out much about them, but I don't believe that they have agriculture as any part, but I could be mistaken on that. But the definition is, and again, running through USDA, this is not for festivals. This is for agricultural fairs.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I was just also looking at how, state fairs are not created equal. And the examples of state fair funding, other than the general fund, you had Kansas in there as a sales tax. We just did that, I believe, a couple of years ago through the city. Or their county, I believe. And then, have state issued bonds and then municipal and county support. I believe, I was thinking Reno or Hutchinson does do some type of funding. Who's got that? No, none at all. Unless it's like stormwater or utilities or something like that. So they have no dedicated.
I don't think they do anything except that they might put some money into the foundations, the foundations for the prizes and stuff like that. But
Okay.
I think they may do that, but I don't think they do anything else. We've actually fought them quite a bit about their costs on sewer and
right.
So,
We've had those discussions. And then on bonding, is that bonding through the state fair bonding?
The question that we asked on our survey was, does the state issue bonds for capital project funds on behalf of the fair? And so again, we had an answer that in the past that has happened.
But our bonding was on a building, wasn't it? Victoria. Oh, okay. Victoria is on our Zoom, so we're gonna go to our analyst here real quick. I know somebody knows how to shift gears here. Victoria, are you there?
Yes, Senator. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah. So, our state fair does receive state general fund for a 2013 project for a building. Yes.
For a building.
I honestly, I can't remember which one off the top of my head. They renovated it in 2013, but I can't remember which one. I'm sorry.
Okay, so back to, I guess, Marla here. I would like to know, and I don't know if you have this or not, but of the state funding, is there a list that shows in percentage support? Like, say, Kansas supports their state fair, 35% of their revenues comes from Kansas. 25% of Nebraska's comes from that. Is there any data out there about state general fund, what percent that they fund their state fairs?
I am sorry, but I do not have that level of detail on any of this. We did not ask that in our survey last year of the state fairs, and I don't know that I'll be doing any future surveys for another year or so. I will be sure to include it next time, but I don't have that, and I don't know that there's any single source of that information where it's all been calculated together so that we can see it all at one time.
The across the country, I mean, it just looks like it's potpourri of all kinds of solutions for their state fairs, so.
Yeah.
All right, and then back to Representative Waymaster's question, on the CARES funding, I want to make sure I'm clear here because we've been working on that. Our SPARK is our recovery committee on COVID. And you have or have not seen any states be able to use any of the CARES money?
Specifically for the state fair?
Yes.
The South Carolina State Fair is a 501c3, so they were eligible for, and they did receive PPP. I don't know. I did not ask that question when I reached out to these 13 fairs, but I don't know of any that of the state agencies that did receive them because I believe they were ineligible for PPP.
Okay. And so I'm going to go back to Victoria. Do we have any entity that's a 501c3 through the state for our state fair? Or is there any portion out there? Like their foundation?
So there is the Friends of the Fair Foundation, correct? But it was previously my understanding that that was not a 501c3 because last session there was a bill allowing the fair to create a 501c3. But to my knowledge, that has not been created yet, if I understand correctly.
So our state fair doesn't have any entity that draws money from as a 501c3.
That's my understanding, correct?
Well, I'll have some more questions on that here in a little bit, but any other questions for Marla? Senator Billinger.
Thank you for being here today, Marla. Do you know, I thought I read something that Colorado was maybe having their state fair.
That they had their state fair? No, they had what they called their state fair reimagined. They were under very strict orders from their state health department. Anything, even if it was over 12,500 square feet, they could not have more than 175 people in any single venue within the fairgrounds. So what they did was they celebrated their agricultural mission quite successfully. They managed the species and the number of exhibitors to meet that threshold, maximum threshold of people, so that they could honor their youth livestock show. They had some food. I think they might have had some local entertainment scattered in a few places, but they did not have a carnival. It was really just the celebration of their youth livestock show. But their terminology was that it was the state fair reimagined.
I know I read something and I wasn't sure what they had. That's why I asked if they had it or not. Thank you.
Yes.
Other questions? All right, I don't see any. You did a very nice job, very thorough job. We appreciate you taking time. Sorry we were running a little bit late, but
Okay.
Appreciate all the information you provided us as we and other states are going to have to make some big decisions on our state fairs in the future. So thank you.
Certainly. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And if I can ever be of additional assistance, please don't hesitate to reach out. Thank you so much.
All right, thanks. So, Dwight, do you have a question for Marlon? Oh,
Everyone should have in their email a document from Tobias that I asked them to put together that gives kind of their revenue loss and where they're standing on their funds and different things.
okay.
Everybody should have it. If they don't, I think, Amy, did you just send that out to everybody? Okay.
Okay, that's good. Thank you. So I have another question on Victoria's still on, but back to the endowment. I mean, people are giving money, correct? To build the endowment? It's not the fair that's putting money in the endowment. People are, right? And wouldn't you imagine that people would be writing those checks because they're also going to take it off on their taxes? And if it's a donation, why isn't it I'm trying to understand why it's not 501c3 of some sort.
Madam Chair, I think that's the reason, that was the premise behind what we passed last year. I do think that they want to create a 501c3. Why they've never done it in the past, I don't know if, evidently they must have been restricted because since we had to pass that law to allow them to. So there must have been some restriction, I guess.
And I don't want to get anybody in trouble, but I'm just saying, if I wrote a check, I would be taking that off my taxes. And in order to do that, you gotta be a 501c3. So probably said too much already. It's probably time to break for lunch. Okay, committee members, well, we have a pretty full slate this afternoon as well. So let's try to get back at 1:20 and then maybe we can get started by 1:25. And the first thing we'll do is approve the minutes. So make sure you take a look at those over lunch. So we'll see as many back here at 1:20. We can recess for lunch. Thank you. Oh, and make sure you get your, I'm not sure I got everybody's, that's here they go.
This is a bad job. Just strictly in the record. You know, President Jerry. You're a post secretary. It's a lifestyle. I'm a
You must be good enough.
These things should
Oh, yeah.
Hey, how are
At first I was like, what are you talking about?
I never read this. It's old.
Yes.
I think during my and I was sitting out here. I see why these meetings go to the chairs are more comfortable. At least it's not 110 degrees. Yeah. And you gotta get a little sweaty. I can sit down.
All right, we'll call the meeting back to order. I need a motion to approve the minutes for September 3rd.
I so move.
A motion from Representative Waymaster, a second by Senator Billinger. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Thank you. At this time, we're going to turn our attention to the update on the K-12 school year and expenditures. We have Norma Volkmer from the Kansas Legislative Research Department, who will be up first.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh, kind of hard to
No, leave
know.
it there.
Oh. Like, don't touch.
There we go.
Make it
Madam
back.
Chair, members of the committee, my name is Norma Volkmer. I'm fiscal analyst with Legislative Research, and I will be providing a brief overview of the COVID-related funding provided to school districts and other K-12 educational institutions. Before you have two pieces of testimony. So the first is the single-page memo, front and back green paper. It's entitled Kansas State Department of Education COVID-related funding and expenditures. And the second is a packet of ledger-sized paper entitled COVID-related funding for K-12 educational institutions. We will first review the memo. So this outlines the two pots of money available to school districts and other K-12 educational institutions. So on page 1, you'll note that the first pot of money is the State Coronavirus Relief Fund, or CRF. So $400 million was distributed to the counties via the SPARK Task Force's round 1. And of this, $69.8 million was reimbursed or set aside for school districts and other K-12 educational institutions. This information was obtained from the CRF county reports, which were submitted to the SPARK Task Force, which had been submitted by August 15th, 2020. Then turning to page 2, you'll note at the top that the KSE also collaborated with other state agencies to fund tangential programs, including approximately $20 million for KDAG to use for testing in K-12 educational institutions as part of a statewide testing effort, as well as $40 million to the Kansas Children's Cabinet for daytime childcare for remote learners whose parents are at work. Further down on page 2, describes the second pot of money, which is the $84.5 million allocated directly to KSDE under the CARES Act. So at least 90% of that money must be distributed to local educational agencies. Up to 0.5% may be used to reimburse administrative costs, and the remainder can be saved as emergency distributions. Department of Education allocated $76.1 million, which is the full 90% to be distributed to school districts. $422,645 for administrative costs, which is that 0.5%, and $8 million, which is the entirety of the remaining funds for special education funding for school districts. The Department of Education is drawing down and dispersing these funds only upon request of the school districts. So far, $27.8 million has been drawn down and dispersed to school districts in fiscal year 2020 and fiscal year 2021. These funds must be used within a year of drawing down and are available to be drawn down until September 21st, 2021. The second piece of my testimony is that packet of light green letter size paper. So this is a breakdown of the KSDE CARES Act money and the state CRF money as allocated to school districts and other K-12 educational institutions by county and institution. So you'll see a number of columns. Obviously, the first is the county, followed by the school districts for other educational institutions that were allocated funding. Then the student FTE population for school year 2020. The fourth column is a total funding received. For clarity, that is all money drawn down from the Department of Education and then all money reimbursed from the CRF funding to counties. The column 5, which is that total funding allocated, is all funding allocated from the Department of Education CARES Act money and all money either reimbursed or set aside for future plans by the CRF funding to counties. The last 3 columns include items purchased, so that is by school district. That's only using the CRF monies. That does not include any money received from KSDE. And then it also has county-wide expenditures, which are education related. That might be things like broadband expansion, technology costs. And then the last column is the county proposed programs that are education related. So this is simply proposed uses of the CRF money. And again, that's for things like internet access, related technology costs. I will note that some of the items purchased by individual school districts range from things like a school bus, other transportation costs, school lunch funding, gift cards for food service employees, and then a lot of technology and broadband expansion related costs. KSDE does not at this time have details on what school districts are spending the CARES Act money on. So all of the items purchased just come from those detailed CRF county reports. And lastly, I will note that there are multiple school districts which are located in more than one county. Those are all italicized. So the school district, FTE count, totals, and then CARES Act funding would be italicized. For example, if you look on page 1 under Cloud County, which is towards the bottom, they have the school district number 224. And if you turn to the last page, you'll note that Washington County, also towards the bottom, also provided funding to school district 224. Those first 2 totals, so the total funding reimbursed and total funding allocated, are the same numbers, and that is because they include the single pot of money that came to them from the Department of Education with the CARES Act, and then all funding allocated by both Washington and Cloud counties to them. However, the CRF funding to counties includes only that money which that county provided to that school district. And I will now stand for any questions.
Okay. Trying to get, I'll let Senator Hawk go first here. I'm trying to get your numbers all in line with what we've received from every pot. But Senator Hawk, I'll let you go first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to be clear about the $84.5 million that was CARES money that went through the Department of Education. Does that start in counting all your columns, county USD, so 1, 2, 3, 4. The 6th column, is that where that starts? Under that CARES Act, the ESSER, elementary, secondary emergency, is that where that 84.5 million was allocated by the Department of Education?
Madam Chair, members, that's correct. So your 6 through 6, 7, columns 6, 7, and 8 are that 76.1 million that was set aside for school districts. And then the 3 columns after that are that special education portion of that funding for the KSDE that they received through the CARES Act.
That was the 8 million.
That's correct.
And then the county money that came from the 400 million that went in phase 1 of the Spark. Is that then in columns 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5?
Yes, so Madam Chair, members of the committee, that's correct. 4 and 5 include any money that the school districts may have received from either KSDE with the CARES Act or for the CRF funding. So column 4 is any money that would be labeled drawn down under the 2 CARES Act drawn down columns, or the USDE reimbursement column of the CRF funding. The total funding allocated column includes the 2 total allocated under the CARES Act, the USD reimbursement, and the USD future plan column.
Okay, I think I've got it. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So when you're labeling these columns, I guess I'm missing where your 1, 2, and 3 begins. Is county 1?
That's right.
2? Okay. Just want to make sure. I'm going to have to put all these numbers on here because you're going awful fast. So, all right, Representative Waymaster.
Thank you. Actually, this was a situation that I brought up in the State Finance Council meeting when we were talking about the application to the Department of Education. And I'm looking at 2 counties that I represent. And first we'll start on page 5 under Russell County for USD 399, which technically the school district is housed in Russell County because it's Paradise and Natoma, but all the school buildings are in Natoma and Osborne County. So I'm going across, and if you walk this through me, so like for total allocated for 399 under Russell County, it says 21,563. And then column this in. Then again, 2 columns over is 21,563, and then 2,408. So does that mean that Russell County somehow kept that money?
No, Madam Chair, members of the committee, for clarity, the counties did not receive the CARES Act KSDE money. It would only go to the school district. However, as we've noted, some of the school districts are in more than 1 county. KSDE only labels them as being located in a single county. So USD number 399 would have only received the 21,563 and the around 2,400 from KSDE, and that would have gone straight to 399. However, if you were to find them under another county, it wouldn't duplicate that amount. So those totals for the total funding received and total funding allocated only count the KSDE CARES Act funding a single time.
Well, that was the thing, because then you look at Osborne County and there's no dollar amounts across the board, only the italicized amount that was received through the school district.
Correct.
But I just wanted to make sure that actually it's going towards the school buildings in Osborne County and not, because there are no school buildings in Russell County. It's just that's happens to be where it's housed at, which.
Yes, so the CARES Act money is only going to, so the columns labeled CARES Act are only going to the school districts. However, some of the school districts ask for and receive funding from multiple counties. So to try to cover that, it's county first and then school districts, but it's always the school district receiving the money. So any of the allocations besides total county allocation is money sent to that school district, either from KSDE or from a county.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, so I want to be clear, the line 6 through 11, that's CARES Act money to the schools directly, correct?
That's correct.
That came from the federal government to schools directly.
No, it went to the Kansas State Department of Education, and they are drawing it down and dispersing it upon request of the school districts.
Okay. But none of that money was anything that had to do with Spark or county money.
That's right.
So on this sheet, so I thought Spark gave some money to or did we just say they got their money direct through the department? There was no other extra money unless it's broadband or these other things we're going to talk about later.
My understanding is there was no Spark money, so that CRF fund that Spark is dispersing, none of that was sent either directly to school districts or directly to the Department of Education to then send to school districts. They may have sent it to counties, which then provided it to school districts upon request, or within that 400 million to counties that included other local governments of which a school district may then receive funding. But there was no allocation that was directed to the Department of Education or specifically for all school districts.
So the only money then is this CARES money that went to the Department of Education and any money that they may have received from their county.
That's correct.
And that's it.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. That's what I needed. Any other questions right now? One more. Yes, Representative Hartman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank you for being here. On Butler, for instance, School District 375 on the first page. 375 runs over into Sedgwick County, yet it's not listed on the list. How does that work?
Yes, so Madam Chair, members of the committee, for clarity, the italicized ones are simply the school districts. There are a number of school districts that are located in multiple counties or may consider themselves part of multiple counties. The ones that are italicized are only those that either received CARES Act funding and are being labeled school district from KSDE, or that requested and received funding from multiple counties. So if they, I believe Sedgwick County, I don't have CRF County information on, so I wouldn't be able to know whether or not they've received funding from multiple counties. So in this scenario, I only have them receiving money directly from the Department of Education and from Butler County, so they are not italicized because there's not an additional pot of money that you then have to find in a different county.
Okay, thank you.
So what's the, you may have already said this, but the USD future plan column?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the committee, the CRF County reports break down into reimbursements. So those are items that presumably have already been reimbursed out of the Spark money, and then a future plan section. So that's essentially direct aid that either the county intends to give to that recipient in the future, or that they've already sent, but for which there is no current reimbursement plan.
Okay, thank you. Other questions from Norma? Senator Howe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In a follow-up to that future plan, so how does the school district know that the county is going to pay that? Do they have a MOU to that effect? Was there some formula, or was that just their request that they made in their application to the county for funds?
So I don't know if there are any MOUs. All of this is directly out of the CRF County reports. So the only reason I know that there is a future plan is because the school district itself is labeled as a future plan recipient under the CRF County report. I do not have the information on whether or not that requires an MOU at that level. Again, whether or not perhaps that funding has already been sent to the school district and they plan on spending it in the future. I do not have that information.
Madam Chair, I'll save that question for Julie Lorenz, but I'm kind of curious in several areas how the recipients know they will get that money, and approximately when and how that will play out relative to the December 30th or 31st deadline.
Okay. So I'm just kind of looking at the larger counties here, and I see where Sedgwick County is giving, I want to make sure I'm reading this right. Sedgwick County is giving the schools, and there's several, 9.2 million, about 9.3-ish.
No, so apologies for clarity, the total county allocation is not the total county allocation sent to school districts. It is the amount of money which the county received from the 400 million that was sent out as Spark Round 1. The percent for education is the percent of that allocation that provided to any educational, K-12 educational institution that's listed.
Okay, so then I went to Johnson County, and there's nothing.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the committee, this is not every county because not every county perhaps submitted the CRF county report. And so I would have no information on whether or not they sent any money to the school districts. And I do believe Great Bend County is also not listed on this at all because it does not have any school districts. And so I was not concerned with any money it would allocate because it's not going to allocate it. It didn't allocate any money to K-12 educational institutions.
So if I heard you right, I don't think I might have heard it, but so Johnson County has a zero basically because they weren't required to give you a report. Or the counties weren't required.
I do not know whether or not Johnson County had to provide a CRF county report. I believe they do, as along with Sedgwick, they did receive a small portion of funding. They would not have to, I do not know whether or not they would have to provide a CRF county report for the funding they received directly from the federal government.
Okay, so I'm just trying to figure out, Sedgwick County and Johnson County, the money went there correct. They both got the money straight from the federal government.
That's correct.
So I'm just trying to figure out why they look different.
They got extra. Remember, we allocated 50 extra money.
Right, right. But I'm just saying, this is blank and this has a number. Two large counties.
I don't think this includes 215 million, that's correct.
Maybe this is the question for Julie.
Yeah, maybe I just should get out of the weeds. So, everything like this.
Well, the only thing I was gonna say is, I mean, for those of us that sit on Spark, when we were talking about the reporting back from the counties, we did instruct that Johnson and Sedgwick County to send reports back to us, even though they got their allocation directly from the federal government. We did encourage them to send in a report as well.
Okay. Yeah.
Madam Chair, just for clarity, this just means that Johnson County does not have a CRF report on the Office of Recovery website, and that Sedgwick County did submit that report and just failed to provide any details or did not provide any educational content.
Okay, we'll move on. Thank you, Norma. Let's now go to Dale Dennis, Deputy Commissioner, Division of Fiscal and Administrative Services, Kansas State Department of Education. I wanted to read all of that and to say congratulations on all your years of service. And we were not going to let you just go away quietly. So I found out when you were retiring, which is very shortly, and I said, let's bring it in.
It's an honor to be before this committee. It really is. Let me just try to clarify a couple of questions that you asked a little bit. Number one is the money that we distributed to schools, the majority of it, was based on the Title I formula. It don't matter for the federal government don't care and we don't care in a way where county lines are. But every district has a home county. So what we gave you was the home county, which is normal. 2/3 of our school districts are in more than one county. But the formula took that all into account. And you distributed 76 million roughly on Title I formula. The amount remaining for special ed was so much per teacher. And in special ed co-ops, whatever, everybody got so much per teacher. So theoretically, it would balance out no matter what county you're in. The other thing is that it's interesting when you go into all this, that the Spark money, and you guys are experts on the Spark committee, you have to be an expert to be on there, right? You won't even look up. But that money is got to be spent by December 31, I believe, of this year. Well, and as Norm mentioned, you got till September of 21 for the school money, but there's also in that law a 1-year extension. A 1-year extension. So you got till September of 22. So a lot of districts are cautious. They want to make it last a while, and they're not going to run out and spend it all. The other point I would make is that the county money, what they choose to give education varies a lot depending on the county commissioners. There are some counties, school districts that did very, very well. Now, how do I know that? Is just what they told me. And there's other counties that did not do well at all. I know, for example, one of them talked to me, it was Reno County. They did the schools, they did quite well. Other counties did not do so well. So, and that's up to county commissioners, and they get to decide that. I worry just a little bit because some of that hasn't been allocated yet. I mean, schools about to get, they're going to get a piece of it, but they don't know the amount yet. Well, that ain't much time left. So I worry about that. The other thing, I'll go into the memo a little bit. I've never in my short career seen school people as stressed as they are now. And I don't care who you are, a bus driver, a cook, custodian, whatever. They're stressed to the hill. One school district had 10 bus drivers, and they had coffee one morning. They got talking about it. Driving bus, and there were 6 of them over 60. They said, you know, I just don't think that's a wise thing for us to do. They went in and resigned. It wasn't their primary income, so they resigned. So 6 out of 10 bus drivers, I'm telling you, at this stage of the game, is difficult to find. It is difficult to find bus drivers right now, for example. Another group that is well, we have another district where they got some maintenance people and some staff and a student that's got the virus and they're quarantined. I just talked to, before I come over here a little bit ago, with Chapman by accident. I think they got 15 teachers quarantined. That's a lot of teachers. Big quarantine. Another one, the unique system in trying to solve this, and you won't find many like this, and there's not too many that could do this probably, but in Heston, they have face-to-face. Everybody's there. But they wanted to comply with all the requirements. So, and I'm not familiar with this building. Some of you may be. There's a convention center or a community building, a pretty good size one in Heston that they've got. He went down and rented that and divided it up. He's got classes there. Then he went to 4 churches, and that church is very supportive. He has classes in 4 churches. And they keep it below 15 to 1. One of his problems and challenges is finding enough teachers to go around. And that's difficult right now. So, but anyway, not everybody, you couldn't do that in a big district. It would be, you know, you just couldn't do that in a district like Wichita, 50,000 kids, you couldn't do that. I mean, the coordinating and the transportation and all that would just be pretty impossible to get done. But anyway, another one that I thought was unique, I'd share with you that, you know, you think Meade is the rural as you can get, clean as you get, they do a great job. Ken Harshberger's down there, he does a super job. He got 30% of his people quarantined. You never dreamed it would hit that hard in some of the rural areas, but it did. Did I mention to you Hugoton? That 2 weeks or a week ago, Friday night, they had 54 kids out for football, and they had a football game on that Friday night, and they stood up 21. The rest were quarantined. And what makes this so difficult is it can change. For example, one of our districts, 7,000 kids. Last Friday night, they thought everything was peaceful, doing really good, going Friday by Friday or Monday morning, all heck broke loose. They had 1,000 Facebook posts, people that wanted the kids back in school. So it is a difficult to do, and we're something that just to be honest, this is not unusual right now. Some districts, superintendents, good ones, got 85 points, and they can retire the one. They said, I just don't know if I can handle this another year. It just, and there's so many surprises and it's happening, and some of them are pretty severe, some of them are not. And a little bit now on the delivery model. Most of our buildings, most of our school districts, rural state, started in person. But most of the kids started remote. Wichita, the bigger cities, they went remote to begin with. And some of them tried the hybrid model. You maybe go, there's all kinds of different models. You may go 2 days a week, Wednesday clean, Thursday and Friday, another group of kids go, and so you do remote 3 days. You go Monday, Tuesday, clean Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, you're remote, for example. They may do, there's a few doing this. Go, everybody comes in, but you go a half a day. Half of the kids go in the morning, half the kids go in the afternoon. Get the kids in class. Then what they do is they clean all at night. And there's some equipment they've got now. You can roll in a classroom, called a fog or something like that. Roll in a classroom, it'll supposedly disinfect. If it's a normal sized classroom, they'll disinfect everything in about 5 or 6 minutes. And so they'll do all that at night. So that hybrid model, it can be so many things different ways, and it changes. Like Chapman, I just talked to him, he didn't anticipate this at all. And the other thing this does, I just had a call just before I left from a mother out there in that district, and she wasn't unhappy with what happened. She was unhappy because she wanted an email of what happened. Well, a kid found out about it and told somebody, anyway, before they got the emails out. They sent it out. The emails all went out. But the minute you find this and what you're going to do, you got to get the emails out and hurry to the parents. If not, they're going to start calling. And the more they call, the more time you spend on the phone and trying to do all that. But I'd be glad to answer any questions. The one thing that come to, we did a survey, requested the Governor's Committee on Tax, of all people, that asked us to do this one of the members of that committee, and Chris Courtwright was involved in some of that, I think, a little bit, if you remember Chris. And and how many students don't have access to internet? What was after was those kids, not money wasn't the issue, how many don't have access? And the survey come back higher than I thought. It was about 9.7%, 9.8%. And where the problem comes in, and we've had a lot of calls on this, the student, that you may have internet service, but it's intermittent. You may get halfway through a class and lose it. And you don't have to be in a big city to have that problem. It can, even you have it in the bigger cities. Like in Wichita, mentioned they have quite a few that don't have access, according to their report. And when you get ready to go remote, if you don't have access to the internet, then you're going to have to do the package learning, or you have to send it out, and you have to deliver. That takes time and money to deliver the package. Then go pick it up, give them another one, and the teacher's got to call them every day. The teacher's got to be in contact with at least every day. It's easy to sit back, I think, and be a little bit negative about what they spent their money on. But I got a list there, it runs several pages, of what they spent their money on, and time or two of them, a couple of them, I wondered about, so I called and said, what are they? I don't know what they are. But it's, whatever they do here, it's got to be related to the pandemic. And we did ours, Madam Chairman, a little different on the money distribution. The Spark Committee sends the money out. The federal government gave them one check. Well, what we did with ours, we do it like we do the federal programs under the Federal Cash Management Act to comply with that. You tell us how much you have to have for this month, we send it to you every month. They just electronically notify us what they have to have for the month, and we send them that amount. That way you don't have, which is technically illegal under the cash management, you don't have federal money just sitting out there. And we do the same way with on state sources. I'd be glad to try to answer any questions about this. It's a lot easier to be an expert on this if you don't know much about it. Am I agreeing with me? It's a setback and kind of look at it negative, because it's a tough situation. And I'd be glad to try to answer any question if you got any procedural things or whatever.
So I have a question, and I appreciate your background on some of those. I've heard other purchases as well, but I think that they're not the norm, I guess. But trying to figure out, let's go back to the formula, which none of us want to go back to and talk about. Are any of the different formulas being hit harder or less? So I'm trying to understand that maybe there's one formula that they're having to dig more out of. Maybe it's because we've got to get more substitutes or more training or more capital outlay because we've got to get computers and that kind of thing. And then maybe it's transportation. And I'll just use this as an example that someone shared with me that, you know, they're still having to drive and pick up students. They're still having to do those kind of things. But is there anything because of the pandemic that they did less of, that they didn't need those funds? And then another formula where they needed more so that we could figure out, is there some adjustments that may need to happen next year?
I think that the general basic formula, for lack of a better term, will take care of itself. Now, I thought a couple months ago, because of high unemployment, that at-risk would go up. But we did a two-way video today, and I do not believe that'll happen now. I believe the number of at-risk kids that they turn in for funding will not change much. And I'm worried about that because, see, I thought if it went up 10 percentage points, and I wrote a memo or two on that, 10 percentage point, you know, that's $50 million. But I do not believe that to be the case today. And a couple of things happen. That law that we have in place says you're eligible for at-risk funding if you're eligible, students eligible for free lunch under the National School Lunch Act. Well, what really messed things up, Madam Chairman, was for us on this issue was the Secretary of Ag at the federal level announced last couple weeks ago, 10 days ago, we're going to feed everybody free the rest of this calendar year. So I imagine there were some districts that parents that had trouble getting in their applications because they're going to get free lunch anyway. With me? But most of them, I don't think that'll be an issue. We had this two-way video today with about 30, 40 of them. And they didn't complain about that because a lot of the times they got the free lunch applications at enrollment time. That's before he announced. But food service area, you think, well, their meals are down and the number of meals served. But a lot of that, they'll prepare meals and it's more work. They may have a hot meal for the kids at school, but the kids that don't come to school that are remote, you got a package, you got a different lunch, and you have to deliver that. So you won't take it to every house, but you'll take it to the school, and then the kids will come to the school and pick up the lunch. But you think about the food service staff, prepare a hot meal, then you have to prepare another sack lunch that meets the criteria. And the sack lunch will go out to the school building, and the hot lunch will be served in the building. So I don't think the one that probably scares me the most and a little bit is special ed. You know, we're at 90, we're supposed to be at 92%, we're at 72. And there's a lot of extra work in a lot of this for special ed. You'll see in here scrubs or booties or something, but the severe handicapped special ed kids, to serve that IEP, you gotta be with the kid. And that is difficult. I know one special ed teacher asked their superintendent, said, you know, because of what we're doing and how things have changed, would it bother you if I wore scrubs on the days we have the severe handicapped kids she deals with? She said, you go right ahead. That's not an issue. But special ed would be an area that would worry me because of the extra cost. You're going to, where they might come in one way and you got to make special trips. And the extra cost on special ed would be one. I don't think transportation overall for kids in school, I don't think that'll be an issue. I don't think food service will be an issue in total cost. And I'm going to tell you why. The feds will reimburse us on these free lunch for everybody. They'll reimburse us a lot more than parents are paying for their meals. With me? I bet you in Comanche County, they're probably charging $285, $290, something like that. And that's pretty normal. And we'll reimburse, federal government on this free lunch, we'll reimburse about $4. So I think it will counterbalance money-wise on that piece. Probably the one that's, and maybe the CARES money and all that'll take care of it, will be the extra staff that you'll need. You may be paying a teacher that's on sick leave, quarantine, whatever, but also you may have to be paying a substitute teacher to be in the classroom.
Right. And I think, I mean, and I don't know what the rate is now. I haven't done it for many, many years, but you know, it was around between $90 and $100. And I think, you know, from what I hear from people that are the emergency subs on, they're like, it's not worth it for me to go one day a week, get exposed, get sick, you know, that kind of thing. So I can see where there would be an increase there. Earlier, when you were talking about food, you made me think about a news article or a news item that was on one of our 5 o'clock news channels. And it had to do with, I think it was West High. They ran out of food. So what I wondered, what made me wonder, they were interviewing all of, you know, the, not superintendents, but the principals and everybody. When they have that disbursement, like you said, we have to do the cold lunches for the kids at school and they come and pick it up. Are they only, if it's just one child, they get one box? Or I'm wondering if families are coming in and expecting food.
No, we're only allowed to give it to the family can pick it up for the kid, but it's only for the kid.
So how did they run out? That's what I don't understand, because they would know, you would know exactly how many lunches you have.
I don't know, that is not prevalent. That's the first time I've heard that one, that they run out of food. Most of the school districts, they operate on a statewide competitive bid. They order their food ahead of time, get it, wait a week's worth of food or 2 weeks worth of food at a time, stored. And so there shouldn't be an issue unless somebody made a mistake. I'd say that's human error somewhere along the line, they made a mistake. But
so we're not serving family of 4 or anything.
No. But I thought first, and you'll notice we didn't get sparks money, and I don't think that's necessary right now. We just talked to a group of lunch superintendents. They thought their at-risk funding would be about the same as last year. So I think the money appropriated overall will be close. Not perfect, but out of 3 or 4 billion, why you could be off a little bit, but I don't think it'll be off very much. I think it'll be pretty close. And so, and the other thing is you're going to get hit up on, we have been, they're going to say, well, this year our enrollment's way down, going to be down, and it will be, and so forth. And but remember what the law says, you get to count the higher of the 2 preceding years. So you got a 1 year grace period, so if things are back in order next fall, should be pretty close, shouldn't be a big issue. There's a lot of parents, there's not a lot, several parents went to, it's homeschool, what we all call it, but really it's a private non-accredited school. Several families did that because they were scared. So then you can appreciate that. So there's several did that.
Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Bill, you've been around a long time. You're on page 4 of your handout. Just enlighten me of what Schoolology is.
That's a technology program. It's a technology program, and here's what some of them are doing. And I'm not sure if that's what it is, but they're using it. It's kind of it works pretty well if you got the internet to do it. They'll have a tool, a tablet, maybe in the classroom, big screen, and it will also, the student will have one. The teacher can see the kid can see the teacher, and they'll perform this go around in classes like normal. They'll take roll just like normal. And that, I should have described that earlier, but there's quite a few districts doing that. Southern Lyon County is, Osage City is. They can see the kid at home. The kid can see the class. They hear all the discussion. They can participate in the discussion. They take the same test as the other kids do. And so some really work hard to get that done. And it'll work pretty good if you got the internet service to back it up. And that it's works pretty cool.
Very good, thank you. At my age, you don't get a lot of new things, but that's one of them for me.
Yeah, well, it's a technology program. It's a software program, but it's software.
All right, Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dale, congratulations on your coming retirement, I guess.
Thank you.
You get a lot of good years of golf in, or whatever you're planning, but a couple questions. One is that in my area, we're seeing a lot of that have gone to homeschool or virtual school or whatever. It's not because they're scared, it's because of the regulations. So it's kind of both ways. Some are scared, but some don't want to have to abide by the masks and all that.
That's true.
So
The
it's
mask,
a little bit of both.
it's correct. It's a good point. We have talked about some parents, now not the kids. Kids don't mind the mask near as much as the parents do. And that's where if you get in school a while and you start wearing it, don't think anything about it. But you are correct. Some of them, parents, kids don't want to do whatever, wear the mask. That's correct. And some will do it for that.
Yeah, so it's a little bit of both. But my question is, I'm just trying to find it. So where is the total amount of the school districts in Kansas have gotten through all of the different federal funds available through for just the virus? Do you have that?
Primarily, you can, between what Nancy gave you and I gave you, I think it's there. You got 80, I got about 85 million around it, about 85 million that we distributed. And the Sparks Committee gave them went to the counties, and I think that was 69 point something, wasn't it? 69 million. So you got around 85 and 69 will get you real close.
Just those two are the only.
That's the only ones that, yes, unless, I know there's a lot of discussion in Washington. I don't count the food service because you can only spend it for food service. It's only for food service, and that's going to be eaten up for food service. And you can't, it's kind of hard to distinguish that because that went way back even summer school. So
right. Okay. All right.
That'd be the two amounts. And I tell you, I worry just a little bit that overall for the whole state, not just for this, but that we get December 31 is going to be here for long. Now all that spark money needs to be spent by then. So, and there's some that believe, it depends on the day who you talk to, that we may get another round of funding. And I know many states were hoping there'd be some flexibility to use it to backfill what we lost, like the state general fund, but that hadn't happened.
Right. And so do you have any idea on the future plans, how that's going to work? When, you're looking at, I'll just throw this one out. There's Crawford, Crawford County, one school is 99,000, I guess,
I'm not sure.
CRF, do you know?
I'm not sure what that is, because you got the money we distributed, you got the money the county gives you, so I'm not sure.
Well, it's under the county money. It's under what, and it just says USD future plan.
Yeah. I'm not sure, that's under the county commissioners, and they, what's that, most of it, they gave this county, the school district, so many dollars. They had to submit a plan, here's what they want it for, the county approves it, they go spend it, and that's it.
But it's got to be spent by December 31st.
That's right.
Okay.
It'll be all over time you get to town.
Okay, so we're looking at about 155 million, roughly. It must be.
Yeah, I don't think school districts are gonna get much more from the counties. And when you get that, and it's all said and done, you're gonna see a wide variation in what counties gave school districts. Some significant amounts, some very small, percentage-wise.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dale, I only got one question, but first off, thank you for all your years, and thank you for personally guiding me through some things over the last 10 years. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Are you getting much on this quarantine? It seems to me like, man, I'm starting to get emails from parents, on the quarantine, that maybe their daughter might walk by somebody in school and somebody 3 contacts away that's being tested, and so quarantine and 100 of them.
Do we, yes, and if you'd like to have more, I can fix you up. Parents want to call somebody. I mean, it just, I understand that, don't blame them. But the bottom line, normally the quarantining is done and outlined with the county health officer. They'll trace it down and they'll decide who has to be quarantined, but I believe that's done with the county health officer.
So it's more at the county level than it is at
Yeah, school districts don't quarantine as a general rule. They don't have that authority. It's done with the county health officer, I believe.
Okay, so these rules aren't being placed by the administrator and so forth.
No. The administrator and the school district is doing what they're told. These people, they'll try to trace it down, which is good. What happened to it, and to stop the spread of it, they'll do the trace down and they'll identify who should be quarantined, and then they'll notify.
Thank you.
It's tough. We tried to figure out a way to shorten the quarantine. We've had numerous discussions with the health environment. They've been very cooperative, good to work with, but Dr. Norman knows, he knows what he's doing. We don't, but on that issue. But it's tough, Dave.
Thank you for all your years. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I remember when I got the budget for the Manhattan School District, and somebody said, you're going to really enjoy this, but you got to go to one of these workshops to figure out how to do all this. And I knew Dale Dennis, but the Dale and Burl show was a sight to behold. And I thank you, just like Rick said, for the many phone calls, that not just for me, for the hundreds of questions about how to get those budget reports done and everything from soup to nuts. So thank you for your incredible service. And it didn't change when I came to the legislature. I still kept calling you. And I don't know how you managed to answer everybody's phone call when you're over here so much, but I don't think you miss any. Yeah. And you're certainly leaving the shop in good hands with Greg Newslander. And Greg, I appreciate you being there. Don't leave. I think by calculation, you only have 40 years left, so you can. But a couple of questions. When are we going to get enrollment data? You mentioned, and the formula does protect school districts this year, but when will we know what the enrollment numbers are?
Latter part of October,
okay.
1st November. And the reason for that, remember, they got to fill out all these reports and identify the kids, the kind of kids and all that, because that determines the amount of money, all that are bilingual, at risk, and so forth. So they have to fill out these reports, and the cutoff on that, I think, is October the 5th or 6th. Then after that, they got to fill out all the reports. So it will be at least the tail end of October, 1st November before we get that in.
And the count September 20th.
Yes.
Thank God.
But then, the reason October 6th is you got, what, a sick kid? You know, sick kid, and maybe they're there, and they left on the 19th, come back on the 25th or 6th. You get to count that kid, and you can't. So they got to put all that data together, and they'll start putting it together about the 6th of October. And we'll get it, we'll evaluate it.
And I've got a couple more quick questions, I think.
I hope they're quick.
So testing, we had a presentation from KDADS about some of the dilemmas. Are we getting a quick turnaround on testing? Do we have adequate testing supplies? Is it a patchwork throughout the state, or is it generally pretty good?
It depends on where you're at. It varies a little bit and what kind of test, the testing, but it's really improving. And it don't necessarily mean in a big district or a little district how quick you're going to get a test back. We had some out west here a while back, got tested in one day out in Representative Waymaster's area. And so, but it's getting better. We talked to Dr. Norman about that, and the test supplies that's going out is improving big time.
Last question. You mentioned internet access, 9.7 or 9.8% though. I know a lot of school districts bought iPads and tablets, et cetera, for their students. Do we have adequate hardware for students to take home if they're in a remote learning? Do we have a sense?
There may be a few here and there, but as a general rule, that's been taken care of. They have the equipment, but where the problem comes in is you get halfway through a lesson and then you lose your connection.
Yeah.
You may have a connection, but it's poor. And it is really difficult in some areas.
Did the hotspots work reasonably
well? They do. You got something close.
Yeah.
Yeah, I asked about that. There's several, like in Topeka, they may have some hotspots around, but I don't know how far you got to be. I don't might know, but how far you can be away from a connection and still the hotspot pick it up. But I don't know how far, but it can't be very. You got to be fairly close. Now, like at Syracuse with 992 square miles, I mean, if you got a neighbor within 5-10 miles, it's close. It's a close neighbor, but the hotspot won't reach that far, what they tell us. So anyway, it's a problem in some of our rural areas of the state, and it's surprising. Here in Topeka, they took hotspots around. They did it in several places. Did in Spring Hill, took a bunch of hotspots. So it works if you got connection close, but if it don't. And schools, they had to pay for it, some of their cares money.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Chair.
And I think maybe we'll learn a little bit too after the issue gets going. They said that they were going to try to help 259, so maybe we'll learn something. Yes, Representative Whitmore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have to add my congratulations to you and my most sincere thanks for all you've done for Kansas. It won't be the same without you, but we so appreciate what you've done for us. I hope you have a wonderful retirement. I think you really answered my question. I remember in Spark, it came up in one of our meetings, there's going to be all this extra lunch money, but the answer to this, I think what you said is that's federal money. If you're not serving those lunches, you don't get that federal money.
That's good. Yes, and it can only go for food service. You can't take that and cycle it off. So no, it's for food service, only for food service. And in food service area, that used to be a simple little program. Remember, you smaller, if you go hire a big cook and run it. Well, there's about 10 programs within that now, and they're very complicated. They're not easy. And we used to get, 5 or 6 memos a year, policy changes. We've averaged last year over 1 a week. And so it's challenging back home to make those changes. You got a good food service director, I know him, but anyway, it's difficult, but you can only spend food service, and they audit us. We have about 2 audit teams a year per week, routine. Just come on Monday, leave on Friday, routine.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Thank you, Dale.
Thank you
for being here. We appreciate all your information, especially over the years. And if we ever thought that you did not have all the answers. Our superintendents made sure we knew that you had all the answers. You have a very good base out there that really appreciates all that you've done, and thank you for helping the kids and the the teachers and the superintendents. So congratulations on a great career.
Thank you. I tell them, so you better take care of the kids because they may be paying your social security.
I always tell them we need more and more kids to run because somebody needs to take care of us.
Yeah.
So, and Craig, you'll be the one representing the education department after this. All right, congratulations to you.
Thank you, Ray County.
Thank you.
Appreciate you, all of you. Thank you.
All right. You got mixed up with my green. So now we have, at this time, we have an update on the commercial driver's license renewal and satellite offices. We have David Harper, Director of Vehicles, Department of Transportation. And is David here or on Zoom?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. This is Kent Selk with the Kansas Division of Vehicles,
Okay.
and
You're also on here as a driver service manager from the department.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, I'm filling in for Dave today, and we are off site.
Okay.
Go
ahead.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. Again, thank you for giving us an opportunity to speak with you this afternoon. I also have with me Brian Brunt. He is the CDL program manager for the state of Kansas. And a lot of the stuff that we're going to talk about is because of him, the efforts he's put in this spring here through our little pandemic problem to take care of us. As you guys may know, since March of 2020, Division of Vehicles has been significantly impacted by the coronavirus. Throughout this period, the CDL program has been a high priority for the division. Under the guidance of Brian, our CDL manager, it's been the forefront of what we're trying to do, establishing and keeping up with our testing. Following 2 weeks after we were mandatory shut down, the division began offering services for custom harvest operations in the Colby, Dodge City, Edgerton, and Topeka CDL offices as early as April 1st. So we were back in the offices before we were actually kind of let go. So the driver's license offices were still shut down for a month and a half longer after that, roughly. So we knew we needed to get out there and take care of our custom harvest individuals. We didn't want to leave those guys hanging. So we put in some effort and good staff members, and they stood up for us, and we got going on it. We do have a few offices that have been able to not reopen just due to the testing requirements, and I'll get into them here in a second. Those offices were Chanute, Dodge City, Junction's a different story, and then Phillipsburg. A major challenge for the Division of Vehicles has been conducting the tests for CDLs. As you may know, our book of business is really not conducive for social distancing or anything of that nature to prevent you from contact for any type of disease control or pandemic. Brian was able to come up with a great plan on how to conduct the CDL drive test. And he was actually recognized by Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration as we're the first ones. They approved the way that we were going to test the drivers for commercial driver testing. And 10 other states adopted our testing method soon after we turned it over and showed it to them. So what it includes is we basically don't ride in the vehicle. I'll just run it to you in a nutshell. We're using a chase vehicle, a follow vehicle. Also with the pre-trip inspection, there's a lot of information that's given. The individual stays in the cab of the truck. We stay outside of the truck where we normally would be in it. The chase vehicle, so to speak, if you want to say it on the road test, simply has, both of them have a cell phone. It's on speaker, so the individual's it's hands-free. We're not messing with the driver's safety or anything of that nature. We're keeping our social distancing, so we're not right there in the cab of the truck trying to conduct this 25-minute drive test or longer in most cases, and doing what we can to keep our distancing there. So that's the process that Brian came up with that was approved by FMCSA. The number of CDL applicants has been down from 2019. Obviously, we haven't processed as many just because even 2 weeks for us was a big hit, and then kind of coming back up, trying to get things up and running, we're unable to do as many tests as we normally would do. But we've also still partnered. We still have third-party vendors that are out there. And and I'll get to this here a little bit. We've kind of helped them out and they've helped us out. Our Executive Order 2055 and 2064 extends the renewal period for applicants who expired between the periods of March 12th and September 15th of 2020 till the end. So there's renewal date to the end of December 31st of 2020. We've really tried to prioritize the resources. We've added a couple additional CDL examiners in our staff, you know, in those locations as well to try to get some more of them through. Topeka and Edgerton are two of them that are a standalone kind of operation, and those guys are now up to 3 full-time CDL staff members, and they're cooking through the CDL tests. We're working really hard on those guys. We have a great state audit program that Brian runs that he takes care of, that also trains not only our staff but our third-party staff. We've been working really well with Keith Dreiling and the Kansas Department of Education to assist the needs of bus drivers. We do have a third-party testing facility that's called First Student. Many of you may know it. I mean, it's a busing company. And what we're doing is working with them to help schedule some additional tests in their offices to get these bus drivers and bus positions filled. We're trying really hard to help our educational folks out and, you know, keep things running for our school districts. Brian also on October 29th of 2020, he's gonna be proxying a whole bunch of tests for custom harvesters in partnership with Kansas Agribusiness. We met with the Department of Agriculture Secretary Mike Bean and his staff to just discuss what we can do for these guys here again in the fall. And they have our priority, and we will get them taken care of as we always do. November 17th of 2020, Brian's going to proxy 40 applicants out of Pratt. It's a lineman school down in Pratt. If any of you guys are down there and are familiar with it, part of their curriculum is the individual gets a CDL. So once they're done with lineman school, they come right out and they're ready to go to work. And we pride ourselves in taking care of those individuals as well. We'll get all their graduating class out and running and out in the field and doing their job. So we're really pretty excited about the efforts that we put in. You know, this whole thing's been pretty tough on all of us, you guys all included. Division of Vehicles, I think, you know, sometimes we want to make sure we're not taking a back seat. We're trying to be proactive and get things done and do it the right way. So we still have a priority of, you know, our CDL program. There was an article that was released here not too long ago in the Boston Globe about CDL timeliness and recording convictions. And it could have been a negative light on certain states, but ours was not. Kansas ranked in the top 10 nationally for conviction timeliness and reporting, 94% accuracy time within 10 days. And, you know, that's very critical and just shows that, you know, we're putting in a lot of effort and we're trying to be on the forefront and something for Kansas to be proud of. With that, I will stand for questions.
All right, thank you, Kent. Yes, we'll go to Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. David, thank you for being here. I was actually the one that asked the chairwoman to bring you in. I appreciate your efforts on the CDL as far as getting new CDLs. My biggest concern is not new CDLs, it's renewals. And I'm getting calls, I myself, I'm waiting to get my CDL renewed. It expired in June and I think I'm scheduled for sometime in November. But the locations that previously you had CDL renewals at, majority of those in my district and even in around my district are no longer being opened. I mean, you're no longer sending the renewal administrator down to those facilities, and this is not something that has just sprung up because of the virus. I've been for the last 10 years trying to get CDL renewals in the courthouses where your regular renewal is, and there's always some reason why we can't do that. And I think if we would have done that 6-7 years ago when we were trying to get it done, you guys wouldn't be in this process right now because the courthouses are open, the treasurers are there, they're doing the jobs, and they can probably, a lot of them could probably get this backlog of people that got CDLs that just need them renewed. So I guess my question is why are you not going back to those facilities like Greensburg, Harper? I think Wellington might even be one of them that is now closed and you're not going back to. Is this temporary? Are you going to go back to them, or is this some plan that you're not going to? Because, and this is not just the CDLs, this is also your concealed carry license. I got a call the other day from someone who said, we've already filled out all the paperwork, we've paid their fee online, we have to drive an hour there for 15 minutes to get our license printed, and then an hour home. So that's the reason why I asked. So is that temporary, or are you not planning on going back to those places?
Let me address, I think you got two questions in there, and I'm going to go back to your first one with the county office and doing CDLs. We have been starting to, it's been a few years now. There are a few counties that do CDL renewals. One of them is Haskell, one of them is Reno, and one of them is Smith. We're looking to add more counties here recently, soon, as that's also been an objective of us to start adding some more counties to do the CDL renewal. So that is on the table. Your second question on Harper, Kingman, Pratt, and that region, that is a temporary problem that we have right now. I don't necessarily want to call it a problem, but with our staffing and trying to do the best that we can and cover a little bit, it was best for us right now to leave the individual in Pratt. That's where she's out of. So we do plan on that service isn't going to be discontinued forever. So that's not a permanent discontinuation. So we are hopefully get it back up to where we're moving around and taking care of the other counties.
So how long are we going to have this temporary disruption, I guess?
I don't have an answer for that for you right now, but we can follow back up with you after this and give you more of a timeline.
I appreciate that, because it just seems like that over the years, we just continue to have less and less places that we can renew our CDLs. And, you know, when you're talking agriculture communities, majority of the farmers, ranchers, they have CDLs and they want to keep them. And it's just more of a strain on them to have to drive 2 hours to get their CDLs renewed. So
understand that there's
that's something that is done very quickly. And
yeah, there's
one.
one.
Also, I would like to see maybe some communication back out to those counties that say this is only temporary, because that is not the impression that they have.
Okay, we can do that. One other quick.
I think a lot of this could be helped if you would get more of the state treasurer or the county treasurers doing CDL renewals, and I appreciate the effort that you're doing to get that done. So I look forward to hearing more on more of them being put in. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Any other questions? Oh, Sandy, thanks for being with us today.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Have a good day.
Thank you. This time, we will turn our attention to the impact of COVID-19 on the lottery and gaming. And we have with us via Zoom, Stephen Durrell, the Executive Director of the Kansas Lottery. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Thank you very much to the committee members for asking me to be here. Appreciate all your time and effort on this. I won't read through my testimony just verbatim. I'll try to give you the highlights. Obviously, COVID has had a very significant impact on lottery operations, like most other businesses, over the last 7 to 8 months. And we've done our best to try to mitigate some of the damage that might have been incurred. And so what we're doing is sort of, I wanted to share some of the things that we're doing and some of the impacts that we've seen. Starting with our casino operations on our lottery gaming facility side. Obviously, when the COVID thing started, there was an attempt by the casinos to mitigate the damage that was going on and stay open. But when it became clear that that was not going to be possible, they closed down about March 23rd of 2020, and they did not reopen again until May 22nd, I believe, of 2020. So that gave them almost a 2 month suspension operations. And of course, that's a very, very significant time frame to be closed. So overall, depending on the zone that we're talking about, it's going to be between 15 and 20% less revenue than they earned the previous year. So that ended up being about $77 million less. And it's, depending on the region that we're in, it varies, but that's about the round number that we're talking about. When they were allowed to reopen in May, I have to give them kudos where kudos are due. They've done an exceptional job of trying to maintain the safety and welfare of their patrons and of their staff. They follow both state and local mandates with regard to safety and welfare, personal protection equipment. Some of them do temperature checks. And thus far, knock on wood, if you have any nearby, they've done an excellent job of trying to mitigate any sort of spread of the disease. If they have staff members who are feeling ill or suspect that they might have symptoms of COVID, then they are asked to stay home and self-isolate, and they've done that. Some of the casinos have been very proactive in making sure that patrons wear masks inside the facility. They ask them repeatedly to replace their masks or wear them properly if they need to. And so they've been very proactive, and I think that we have to really give them a commendation for that. And I should also mention that on their behalf, that during this time period that they were closed, a number of them, matter of fact, most of them tried very, very hard to make sure that they could keep their staff on payroll during this time that they were closed. Towards the end of the time period, the end of the second month, some of them had to really bite the bullet and do some layoffs, but they did have, they did have some significant expenses that they incurred trying to keep people on the payroll. And I think that's a benefit to all Kansans, and particularly their employees. Those are hundreds of people that we're talking about that stayed off the unemployment rolls for as long as some of the casinos could manage it. And then also, they've also, as a result of some of the extra expenses that they've had for PPE and the payroll stuff, I know that some of them have, I think all of them have applied for some degree of Sparks reimbursement or help. I don't know what the status of that is, but I can tell you that they have done a really good job of trying to maintain the health and welfare of their people. Moving on to the traditional lottery side, as you can imagine, it's been difficult to try and figure out how to operate in this quote new normal. When we first started out, it was our intent to just make sure that we kept our doors open and we were able to get our product out to our retailers if they so requested. It was interesting at the very beginning, we had a great number of retailers who were viewed as essential, gas stations, grocery stores, that sort of thing, make the active request to us to make sure, please keep giving us product, because we have people that are asking for it. It's an additional product that we feel that we want to be able to sell to our people. And that's one of the things that they were able to do. So as a result of that, our numbers are down from last year, but they're not down as significantly as they could be. The biggest hit that we've received, but in case you don't know, there are two different types of games that traditional lottery sells. There are draw games, which are jackpot-driven games like Powerball and Mega Millions, and then there are instant games, which you would consider typical scratch tickets. Overall, in fiscal year 2020, traditional lottery sales decreased by about $20 million, or about 7%, which in the grand scheme of things isn't horrible if you look at what's happened across the country. A majority of that being down was a result of our draw ticket sales. And draw tickets across the nation are sort of suffering because of a lack of big jackpots. As I mentioned a second ago, those are jackpot-driven games. And without, when you have Mega Millions or Powerball games that hit million or billion-dollar jackpots occasionally, for some reason, players like to then not get into those pools until the jackpots are higher. Where we had initially, when Powerball and Mega Millions started, we had players that would start buying tickets actively at $100 million. Now we've seen across the nation that until jackpots get to be $300 or $400 million, people don't play as often. And for games that start in the $20 to $40 million range, I think that $20 or $40 million of a win could change a lot of lives, but players are just more interested in those bigger jackpots now. And since we haven't had larger jackpots over the last year or so as a result of a number of different factors, including the fact that people aren't out purchasing, they aren't in social environments as much and that sort of thing, a lot of our draw tickets have unfortunately suffered. Now, on the good side of things, our instant games have done exceptionally well. We, over the last several years, seen that the draw games are a bit more unstable than we would like, have focused on our instant games, which we can control more. And our instant ticket sales actually increased by a little over 12% last year by about $20 million more. So we're very happy about that. There's a downside to that because it costs us a little bit more to produce instant games with the ticket designs and the ticket printing and actually shipping those to retailers. But we've done really well in trying to maintain a balance in that regard. And so we're very happy about that. And of course, also within the last year, we've had our new vending machines start to go out. That's been a very big benefit, I think, to the lottery. It's allowed retailers who have had issues with people. I don't know if you've been to grocery stores where a lot of time their lottery products are in the cage, or where they sell other products like postage stamps or money orders or do the mail or whatever. And there's sometimes lines to buy lottery products in grocery stores. So when those retailers went to vending machines, it gave people the opportunity to just go to get what they wanted as opposed to standing in line or just saying to heck with it and going home. So that gave us an opportunity for another venue for people to obtain the product that they wanted, and it's been beneficial as a result. We also then were one of the first states to get into the Walmart region. So now we are selling our product at Walmarts across the state. Not all of them, but a good number of them. And they are only sold in Walmarts through our one of our smaller vending machine types. It's a 54-inch model. It looks a little bit like an old style jukebox, but that's the kind that Walmart wanted, and that's what we've been doing. So let's see, looking at here, vending machines, talked about that. We are, of the vending machines that we have left, most of those are designed for social environments. They were initially designed for games like Keno and racetracks, and obviously as our social environments have been closed, a lot of them sporadically over the last 7 or 8 months, we've sort of stood down from delivering those. But those are most of the machines that we have left, and we're going to, as we move into the future, get to the point where we're going to start reinstalling those with our social environment retailers. Future plans, we're going to have to get budgeted to purchase additional machines because we're finding that we want more of our larger HD machines. Our retailers are asking for those, so we're going to schedule that for budget in the next several budget cycles for some more machines. Not nearly as many as we thought we were. Just wanted to give you an update of where we are sales-wise, and not fiscal year, but just most recently. In August, for example, traditional lottery sales are up about 14% over this time last year, and about 10% up over month to month. So we're doing better. The casinos are still down from where they were previously, just because of the amount of patrons that they're allowing in at one time. Some folks don't feel comfortable going into an environment like that still, even with masks, and that's understandable. So they're down probably about 17-ish%, 18-ish%, depending on the month. That's what they were down in August. But we're hopeful that as hopefully COVID eases up over the next 6 months, then they will start to have a return to normal. And we will have the ability to see those sales increase again, as well as on the traditional side, and that's where we are. So I don't know if that answers all your questions, or if you have any questions for us, but I'd be happy to answer what I can.
All right, thank you, Stephen. Any questions for Stephen, Representative Waymaster?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Stephen. Actually, I have a few questions. In regards to the casinos, I haven't been to any of the state casinos since the pandemic. So can you kind of describe how the setup is on the casino floor? Are some of the machines turned off, or how do you do table games? For the patrons, what's it like when you go into a state-owned casino?
Sure, and it depends on the casino because some of the local environments have given, some of the local health officials have given some of our casinos exemptions from what for example, there's a mandate in Wyandotte County that individuals remain 6 feet apart, and obviously not all our slot machines are 6 feet apart. And so Wyandotte County has been very strict on these 6 feet. And so what will happen is that a machine will be closed off or turned off to prevent people from being that close to one another. In other jurisdictions, it is 5 feet 5 inches is close enough, so that not every machine is shut off. And then some of our folks don't even have mask requirements, just based on the local health officials. So usually what happens is that I'll give you an example at Hollywood. People come in, their temperatures are taken. If they're over a certain level, they're allowed to stand around basically and sort of out of the way for 5 or 10 minutes, because obviously this is during the summer and their temperature might be higher. They're brought back over, their temperature is taken. They're given, a mask if they don't have one, and then they're allowed to go around the facility as they so choose, as long as they're allowed to as long as they continue to wear their mask. We've had individuals that are very steady players at facilities who have basically refused to wear masks and have been asked to leave those facilities, which I have to give the casinos credit for. That's not exactly easy to do, to ask some of your bigger patrons to leave your facility, but they have done so for the safety of their people. And so I don't know if that answers your question about how the specifics work, but that's sort of a general idea of how they've been handling it.
And then, did you say exactly how much the patronage is down?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
The patronage, or the patrons that come in, how far are they from compared to last year, as far as those visiting the casinos?
If your question, I'm sorry, I'm not sure I exactly heard you correctly, but I do think that the question was how many patrons or fewer patrons are coming this year as opposed to last year? Was that your question?
Yes, that's the question. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. We're not exactly sure of the numbers. It's obviously decreased. What we have found is across all 4 casinos that what's happening is there's an obvious fewer number of people that are coming. But the people who are coming because of either pent-up demand, or they just really miss being able to play, or any number of things, the people that are coming are spending more per capita than they were previous to the closure. So I can get you the numbers of exactly how much for each facility, the patron is down if you'd like. I don't have that off the top of my head, but we can find it if you need to.
Are we doing any advertising to let people know that the casinos are back and open?
Yes, they have done a very good job of all of our casinos have Players Club programs and they have done very good initiatives to get incentives to their players to come back into the brick and mortar casinos. It's difficult. There are options out there for players that are online that maybe someone unfortunately have chosen to partake in. And so that's difficult to try to get players back into brick and mortar facilities sometimes under the circumstances, but they've done a very, very good job of advertising both locally, billboards, radio, everything, to try and make sure that people know that they are reopened for business and please come in, we're trying to keep you safe.
And my final question is, do you have any projections on how the Economic Development Initiatives Fund may be affected by the pandemic?
I can't tell you how the economic, I can't tell you what the economic fund itself is going to be affected by. I can tell you that last year we sent to the state, including the Economic Development Fund, about $69 million, which is, but that covers everything. That covers, ks.gov, it covers state general fund, it covers everything that we're supposed to statutorily cover. I don't know specifically how much the Economic Fund is going to be affected. We can certainly try to find out.
Well, I'm just kind of wondering, because we have a lot of programs that are funded through the EIF, and it could make the budgeting next year.
Of course. And of course, we don't have any control over what, once we earn the money and give it over to the state, we have no control over where it goes or how it gets spent. So there might be a better question for the ks.gov people than us. We always seem to get questions about, where does the money go for the problem gaming fund? Once we give it over to D of A, we have nothing to do with it. So we can certainly try to find out, but you might want to ask the EcoDevo folks what their budget plans are, because I just don't know.
All right, thank you.
Representative Hoffman. Oh, I thought you had your hand up earlier. Anyone else? All right, I don't see any. Thank you, Stephen, for being here today. We appreciate it.
Appreciate it very much, folks. If you have any additional questions as you go through, please let us know. We'll be happy to answer whatever you need.
All right, have a good rest of your day.
Thanks much. Stay safe, everybody.
This time we have an update on broadband connectivity via Zoom. We have Bob North, the Chief Counsel from the Kansas Department of Commerce.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Appreciate the opportunity to give you an update on the connectivity initiative. I'm on the phone only at this point, but hopefully here in a few minutes we'll have the Zoom connection working, and you can see me as well. So I'm going to go back kind of a little bit of historical on our connectivity initiative, and then give you an update in terms of the applications and where we are in that process. As you recall, the surge, which is connectivity emergency response grants, were created to address the need for better internet connectivity in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, and the goals that we all established and agreed upon, I think, were to improve connectivity to underserved and unserved areas, in areas such as teleeducation, getting businesses connected, and then also telehealth. With the program that we put together and that has been approved, we've required at least a 20% match for total project costs. So the ISPs and the other grant applicants have skin in the game because we felt like that was important. The maximum grant amount was $10 million. We did not receive any applications that exceeded that $10 million. The minimum connectivity requirement that was the goal through the program was 25.3 in residential areas, and of course all of the grant applicants and all of the projects must comply with all CARES Act requirements. Next slide, please. I hope that you've got a timeline in front of you now, and the timeline lays out the process that the state, the Recovery Office, the Department of Commerce have kind of followed through this process. As you can see, it starts, on August 3rd, which when we again presented to this body, and it takes us up to September 18th when the grant recommendations were submitted to the Recovery Office for final approval. I do believe that some of the initial notifications will go out today. There's a large number of those, and then there's a group of applications that we're still working through, which we hope to get finally approved in the next day or so. Next slide. So we had a total of 84 applications, of which most of them were submitted right at the deadline. So we got 60 applications within the final 24 hours. We got applications from all across the state, which which is really, really positive, and we were happy to see that. Primarily the applications came from internet service providers. We've got, several community anchor institutions, which include schools, libraries, and municipalities. All of the matching contributions, exceeded the minimum 20% match. So that's a positive. So these CARES Act dollars are being leveraged in a positive way to get, more bang for the buck. So next slide, please. So next we've got a map that shows you kind of the geographic dispersion of applications, which you can see, represent the entire state. The numbers that you see on the map simply reflect the kind of chronological order that each application came in. So the map is, like I said, it's useful and helpful, and we're grateful that there was statewide interest in this connectivity program. So next slide. So summary of applications. We got 84 applications, and the slide breaks it down. 17 community anchor institutions, 60 from ISPs, 7 for others. There were $53 million in fiber projects, $26 million in fixed wireless projects, and so the grant requests, again, exceeded the amount of funds that we had, which we'll go through here in a minute with the next slide. So the Broadband Partnership Adoption Grant, we refer to it as adoption. We received 31 applications for this program, which targets projects that provide internet subscription support or devices for low-income households. So if you think about, teleeducation, if there are a number of students in a community, in a school district that either don't have the means to purchase an iPad, for example, or to pay for internet service to their home, then this Broadband Partnership Adoption Grant provided an opportunity for ISPs and other entities to get funds to provide that access. And so we got 13 school districts, 12 from ISPs. We funded $8.9 million of those requests. We had $10 million in our pool, and we got 3 requests yesterday. We're continuing to receive grant applications, and so we are processing those. Not sure how that's going to fall out, but we will continue to seek those applications until such time as we've expended the dollars that were set aside for that. And so I think that's probably my presentation, and be happy to try and respond to any questions.
All right. Thank you, Bob. I'd like to go back to I love the maps. I don't see the source of the map, and I guess I always get a little excited because I think under the South Central, under the letters of the TR is maybe a yellow spot, which would be my house. But anyway, no, I always question these maps because I know there's holes even around a lot of the metropolitan areas. So anyway, I didn't know if you said you were gonna target the wider areas, or could you just give me the source of this map?
Right, and if I understand your question, this map shows the kind of the site of the projects for which we received applications. Your point is well taken, and kind of sorting through, served, underserved issues is difficult. It's always been difficult, and that's a part of the timing that went into analyzing these applications was working with our kind of engineering consultant to try to drill down on which of these projects we want to make sure we're not overbuilding, but we also want to make sure that there's no question that these communities do have access to that internet.
Hey, Madam Chair and Bob, it's Stanley Adams. I can add to that if you like.
Okay, please.
Yeah, so the map, you're asking the source of the map, we just used the form, FCC form 477 to illustrate what they said was unserved and overlaid that with the project so we had a frame of reference. But we're definitely aware that that map doesn't necessarily show all of the gaps. And that's not what we were trying to show here in this particular map, just to show the regionality of it versus the minimum standards that the FCC has as a point of reference, as I say.
Okay, well, I would like in the future to, have a little bit more, like, is this the federal map? Because I know the federal map is not totally accurate. And I don't know, maybe I'm just missing what these numbers are. Is that what was the numbers you said? The map's not identifying what all these things are. Was that where the applications or? What was
yes.
Yes.
ISPs. Okay. All right. Thank you. Then I have another question on the partnership grant. You talked about making sure people have a tablet or iPad or a device. Are we tying that in with that they are connected to the internet? We're not just giving rural residents or schools tablets and they can't even get on the internet.
That's correct. So this implies that there would be access to internet. The program was designed to kind of bridge that gap and with students that had access to internet but either couldn't afford the internet service or didn't have the iPad or other device so that they could participate in the teleeducation.
Okay, so did you work with, and I don't know what else they're called, I'm going to just call them the telcos, because I'm one of those that doesn't have the cable in the ground that goes by my house. So I have to do the tower, and I have to hit a co-op from town that does have the cable. So on some of this work that you've done, have you done anything to help those small entities get more towers up or something along that line? If you're in a different kind of community, maybe you're a hilly area and I don't know what those areas.
Yeah, so if you look at, there's a slide that shows the dollars that went to fixed wireless projects, and so there were a number of towers and fixed wireless that these connectivity funds went towards.
Yeah, would you tell me what slide that is, so I can see how much money that was?
Yes, it looks like the fifth slide.
All right, back and counters.
It's got, yeah, summary of applications. So there at the bottom, it's got fixed wireless projects. So.
Got it. All right, thank you. I'll let some other tax questions. Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So we gave 50 million to this, is that correct? Plus the 10 million for the lower income households, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So the 63 million that is on the summary of applications, does that include the 8.9 million for the grant funds, or is that above?
I think that reflects the total projects, yes.
So you're only about 3 million above than what?
No, I'm sorry. It's just the 63 is for the surge grant only. The adoption was separate.
So you're 13 million above then?
Yes.
Okay. That's what I was trying to get at, is whether it was 3 million or 13 million. See, that's not too bad actually, that you're pretty close to how much you have available. And so you'll be able to probably do most of these projects, at least maybe a percentage of them.
Right. The thing that we, well, I was just going to add briefly, what we noticed in the applications is a lot of them, although we got requested a total of 63.4 million, there were a lot of providers that indicated they would have applied. They didn't apply because of the time constraints. So we feel like, but for the time constraint, there's significant demand underlying these numbers that we're seeing because the requirement that we would be placing on the construction to happen between now and December 30, which is just not really hospitable from a weather standpoint either. So that was some of the feedback that we got, that this number is what we got, but would have been significantly higher, but for that one single issue.
Right, I understand that. I'm sure there's a lot more you could probably do with that and still probably still need more. So the applications that you have, it looks like we're actually in pretty good shape, that most of these should be able to go forward, is what I was trying to do.
Yes.
Right. There were a number of applications that, a relatively small number of applications that were ineligible. So, but yes, we should be able to expend the full $50 million that was allocated for the surge grants.
And this should this would make a good dent in our broadband capability throughout the whole state if you're able to do all of those applications. So that's good. So thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a quick question. I think you said something about it. Because of the time constraints of getting this money spent, when will the people who are awarded the money be notified of it and how much they're getting? When will they know that?
Right. So I think notifications are going to start going out today, and then those will be followed with kind of the grant agreement process, and we hope to have that kind of completed by next week.
Okay, so you're notifying verbally, so they can start making plans, even though they don't have the grant agreement yet. That sounds good. Thank you very much. That's all I needed.
Senator Paul.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Quick question on hospitals. You mentioned schools, libraries, and cities. I'm assuming that the ISPs probably had some telemedicine in their applications. Is that correct?
Yes, yes. I know we saw a handful of telemedicine projects.
I know that was something I think some of us on Spark we were certainly hoping that we would improve our telemedicine services with some of this grant funding. So good to hear. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Another 60 applications. And then
This is different projects. This is where the new application. Yeah. So here's the total, and then this is where. Yeah.
all right. Other questions for Bob? All right, thanks for being here today. Keep up the good work, and we can't wait to hear back again.
Yeah.
Probably on the 6th and 7th. We just love having everybody come
Yep.
back. All right.
Yep. Thank you very much. We appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
All right, get to the final round here. And to highlight our full day, we have the update on strengthening people and revitalizing Kansas, SPARK, task force funding recommendations. We have Julie Lorenz, the executive director of the Office of Recovery. Thanks for coming back to see us.
Well, thanks for the return invitation.
So we've had a lot of information today, so I think that probably you'll be the perfect wrap up. We waiting on a.
Do we have a, will we be showing the presentation or do I just read off the page numbers?
We have it, so.
You guys have it? All right.
Read off of it.
Okay. All right, well, we will go on to slide number 2. I think it's kind of interesting to take a look at what other states are doing. I think 5 states, including Kansas, have created a task force sort of approach, including Indiana, Montana, New Jersey, and Rhode Island. So we're good. We are one of other states that have this sort of an approach. We are trending well with other states in terms of both timing of investments and the types of allocations that we're making. What you've seen are many states that have kind of peaked in their investments at about the same time that their caseload is peaking. And I'm really pleased that we've held a bit of a reserve so we can see what happens in the next couple of months. So I think that makes good sense, and we are consistent with what many other states are doing in terms of investment types, investing heavily in education, local government support, and public health. Next slide. Then with all the little dots, slide number 3. I think to help you understand sort of the magnitude, it's not just the dollars, but it's the number of entities which funds are going to, I think is a helpful perspective to have. So in round 1, all 105 counties received an allocation. Under round 2, we have 23 statewide programs that have been established, represented by those gold dots. And in round 3, we have 3 statewide programs. So you see the dollars are being distributed in multiple sorts of ways so that we can get to different kinds of targeted groups or populations. Okay, next slide. This is a reminder of the funds distribution. So in the first round, 400 million went to the counties. In the second round, 314 million went to public health, education, economic development, and connectivity, the last topic from which you heard. And then in round 3, which was approved last week by State Finance Council, 215 million going into testing, housing stability, and child supervision with a reserve fund of 75 million. We've held more than 20 meetings since June to develop our recommendations, and we've heard from Kansas and the State Finance Council, Legislative Budget Committee, and representatives from state government to help form and shape the recommendations that SPARK ultimately forward with. Next slide. A quick brief on the way that the funds have been distributed. In the first round, and I already covered these numbers, but I think it's interesting and important to understand the foundation upon which the allocations were made. So in the first round, you'll recall, it was a population calculation. $194 per person was a minimum allocated to each county, with $50 million that was available as sort of an impact fund that was determined based on unemployment as well as caseload. In the second round and third round, those were based on SPARK recommendations in more topically focused areas, trying to better target funds to where they're most needed. When you recall the reserve fund at $75 million, those will be targeted at round 2 and round 3 priorities, depending on what we see emerge over the next few weeks and months. Next slide. This was presented to the SPARK committee. So now I've got a couple of slides for the rest of the committee so that you can understand. We receive reports from the counties, and then we do our analysis. This information came from the August 17th report from the counties. We will have another report coming to us from the counties on October 7th. It takes us, a week to 2 to go through and do that analysis, but we gather a lot of insight into how those dollars are being used. What we saw back on August 17th was that $45 million had been spent. Those were reimbursable expenses. Another $317 million was planned to be spent. And we had $38 million for which counties had not accounted for how they were going to spend those funds. So I know there's some conversation about will SPARK or the Office of Recovery or whatever be recouping any of those funds from the counties. And what I would tell you is right now, based on what we've seen in terms of their plans, $38 million is what has not been planned to be spent. That would be eligible to be recouped. We will know more on October 7th, because I think what you're going to see is that people will have a better handle, counties will have a better handle on what their expenses are and how to use those funds, or if they're not going to be able to use the funds. So I would say don't rush to judgment based on this information, but it is a helpful view, snapshot at the moment. You'll see the map at the bottom. That indicates we've sort of established regions, if you will, so that we can do some roll-up of information, but also we're providing technical assistance to some of the counties so that they can understand eligible uses and how to do their reporting. So we have employed some technical assistance for counties so they can make good use of their funds. Next slide. On this next slide, you'll see the map that better identifies what we've kind of put together in terms of regions. You can see what that breakout looks like. Next slide. Okay, this slide shows, and again, this is based on the August information, so we'll have better information in the coming weeks. But it shows you the spend that has been planned. So you see the $45 million that's reimbursable, so that's already been accounted for. And then you see the planned spend per month, and you'll see that $93 million was anticipated to be spent by the counties in the month of September. That's why that October date is going to be important to take a look at and see if counties are on pace to use all the funds to which they've been entrusted. Okay, on the next slide. This is a bit of a view, again, based just on that August report, that these are the dollars that have been put into some key programs. I think what this does is it underscores why round 2 was so important. So you see 34 million of the 400 million went to small businesses from counties, 13 million to eviction assistance, 10 million to testing, about 3 million for trauma supervision. Now you'll recall that in rounds 2 and 3, that's where we start spending statewide dollars in a more coordinated fashion. What I think is helpful to see is on the next page 10, and I think really a shout out, I'm pretty sure Senator Denning, that was quite clear in some of the SPARK meetings, that it's important that the counties be sharing that money with other entities, and they have, and that should be recognized. If you see there, the counties, as of the August reporting, had allocated 25 million to counties and 36 million to cities within their counties. So they are sharing their funds with cities and with education. K through 12, you'll see at 67 million, higher ed at 10, and healthcare at 8. So they are sharing those funds beyond just county operations. Next slide. Okay, so now we start to look at round two, and this is a an outline of where we stand on the round $2. We call 23 programs, $314 million. On the application side of those dollars, we have ongoing awards of $94 million. You'll see down there, and under review, that $60 million is largely connectivity, which, you know, good news, you just heard from Bob Moore. Those have been approved. The emails have been sent today to the bulk of the recipients pending approval of the grant. You know, they're getting their grant contracts, so pending that approval. Those emails are out. Now on the next slide, you'll see in terms of the direct transfers, and that's like cars to nurses and other direct transfers. Of that, $113 million has been transferred. Orders have been placed for $1 million worth of supplies, and we have another $38 million under review. And we'll talk a bit more about the nursing home program in just a minute as an example of that review process. And then on the next slide, the last for the subcontracts, 25 of 50 contract tracers have been on board. So that's a status update on where we are in terms of round two. Now on this slide, on 14, the next slide, please. Okay, so here's part of what's going on in terms of managing this process so that we're compliant. So good example, nursing homes. We let nursing homes know, you know, we got $38.4 million that needs to get to you. We send you a form, we need you to sign that form that says that attests that you're going to use those funds as they're intended. And we have to get that form back before we can transfer the money to them. And so that's part of this back and forth process. Same thing with connectivity that we just talked about. We say, hey, good news, you've been selected. Here's your grant notification. You have to like sign that you're going to use the money as per this agreement. Then we have to get the agreement back before we can send the money to them. And when you think about all the counties and all the programs and all the applicants, the paperwork piece does take some time to make sure we're compliant. So in this case, you'll see that 42% of the providers, and this was as of like yesterday or the day before, had returned their paperwork so that now we can give the money to them. So it's this flow that we're in, and I just wanted you to understand that's part of what the process is like. Okay, now we're going to talk a bit about round three. This is my ongoing favorite slide because it just shows the variable nature of both the caseload, and each of those dots is a point in time in which either Spartan or State Finance Council met. And you can see how the caseload has gone up and down. And the other complexity is in those little red bars at the bottom, every time we got updated guidance from the vets. And I would tell you, like, we also have to think about every time we get updated guidance from the vets, like that's a flow down. So it also goes to oftentimes to the counties to explain to them how that eligibility may have changed. So we constantly say, let's think about what happens to us is getting slowed down, so we have to show some grace to others. Okay, next slide. All right. As we headed into round three, in terms of our priorities, testing and child supervision and housing, we all recognize that those needs could vary. They could go up or they could come down over the next few weeks, and that's largely how the idea of the reserve idea was born. Next slide. This is the final accounting, if you will, of what State Finance Council approved. So across the top are the minimum investments in each of the three lanes, so $53 million to testing and public health, $35 million in housing stability and essential needs and services, and $40 million in child supervision in the business resilience and workforce support column. Additional, and those are application programs. We'll talk a bit more about that in just a minute. Additional priorities, and these are essentially transfers directly to agencies, and they range everything from PPE to a Department of Labor for stability and some IT improvements. There you see the reserve funds identified across at 30, 25, and 20 respectively. Next slide. We proposed State Finance Council for prioritization of those reserve funds. So first call would be for the reserve, let's take public health, 30 million. First call would be for it to go up into testing Second call would be for it to stay within previously approved round 2 public health programs like mental health. And the third would be for it to be transferred to another area like essential needs or business resiliency. We will be taking those further disbursements of the reserve funds back to State Finance Council for approval. So this was just what we laid out as sort of the framework of thinking. And that was our thinking, but we'll be going back to State Finance Council. Next slide. So round 3 process mirrors the round 2 process. Because I talked about some direct transfers or allocations to agencies, and then an application process for housing stability, child care support, and testing. Next slide. In terms of the distribution process, a little more detail on the process. On terms of the allocation, those costs are fixed, one-time distributions, public agencies are the recipients, and there's statewide coordination, and that work has already begun. We've already started establishing memorandums of agreement with state agencies for that transfer. Under the application process, so that's a more competitive sort of approach where we take applicants for proposals. That's where we've identified minimum investments that could be increased. That's kind of a rolling program. We think that will continue with disbursements for both public and private entities with an application process, selection parameters, help make sure that we've got good statewide coordination. All applications are to be open on or before October 1st. Okay, so now a quick review of next steps. We are well underway with rounding with the application processes, criteria, those sorts of background things put together to launch the 3 programs. We fully intend to stay engaged with Spark. So we will be going back to them with updates on not just how dollars are flowing, but what we're seeing in terms of impact, how those dollars are being used well. We want to continue to provide those updates to State Finance Council also. As I've already mentioned, we're offering technical assistance to the counties to help them with their disbursements and investments. And I've already mentioned we'll be taking any movement out of the reserve funds to State Finance Council. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions that you don't have. We'll come back next time.
So, not to put you on the spot, I was just trying to, we don't have another meeting scheduled yet, Spark. We do not. Okay. And not to put you on the hook, but like, are you looking at, I don't know, 3 weeks, 5 weeks? I mean, kind of.
So I think what would be most useful for your time would be if we wait until probably 10-ish days after October 7th. Because I want you to have the updated county information. That's going to be pretty impactful to understand what that meeting looks like. I mean, we're happy to do it before that, but I think that's what's going to be most.
I was just kind of curious. And that's a great answer because we meet the 6th and 7th, so that means you won't have to come back. But
there's that.
That's a great answer. Kathy, or yeah. Representative Wilmore, sorry.
Thank you very much. So the nursing home piece, we're only about 42% of them. Do you expect that to go way up?
Oh, yeah. And also, and you know, like I give them lots of credit. They're dealing with so much.
They are correct.
I wish we didn't have to have such a laborious paperwork process, but we do because of the compliance and eventually the audit process. So we have to have that paperwork, but you know, it's something for them to have to go through.
Manageable. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Couple of quick questions. Housing stability, you put 35 million. Is this like for people who can't pay the rent, or how does that work?
Yes. So it's around evictions, but it's also what's important to recognize. I think it's on the it's for the renters, but it's also landlord systems. And what we know across Kansas, particularly in rural areas, is that we don't have enough low-cost housing as it is. And so the concern is if it's not just, it is a concern, will people be able to make the rent, but it's also will the lower cost housing stock still be available when we get on the other side of this. So it's a 2-pronged program, and there are measures built in to assure that you as the renter aren't getting money, and I as the landlord am getting money for the same unit. So we built in those sorts of pieces.
Another question you have down in business resiliency. Well, how's that work and what is it?
So in this case, the workforce piece is very much, and we had a lot of conversation in this market about this, is that it's about child supervision. So my kids can't go to school for 2 or 3 weeks, but I need to go to work. So they need a place to go for those 2 weeks if their school shuts down. And so this is a nice combination of YMCAs in the urban areas, boys and girls clubs in other areas, and child care providers can also apply, but making sure that kids have a safe place to go so that parents can keep working. And it was really interesting. Tom Gentili did a really nice job of talking about if my workers don't have a place for the kids to go, I don't have my workers. So it's very much a workforce issue. So that's where that number came from. And I think that's really where a lot of the reserve concept came from, because we don't know if we're going to need to put considerably more in that, or maybe we don't have to spend so much of that, then we pull those dollars down and put those dollars to use in other areas.
Good, I'm glad to hear that. One final question. Around two, you did 314 million. And how much of that went to economic development?
So I'm going to look at Shelby because I want to say something. Let's look that up, okay?
Because our last meeting, we give them money again, and I'm thinking, how much are we giving them? You know, and where's it going? Must be huge.
You talking about on commerce?
Well,
Instead
yeah,
on the, I mean, on the economic development,
I guess.
because we gave them the job creation money, which is only used for bringing business here.
So a lot of
So what is this one?
yeah, so we're looking that up for you right now. It went from everything from, they did an application process. A lot of it was focused on small businesses and trying to provide some support to small business. They also did some workforce development. There's some training through junior colleges that's in there. So it should be looking it up.
I'm just curious because I knew we had done
We've got a few other questions, so while she's looking that up, okay. Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Looking on, I'm not sure what this is. It's the one that shows the round one for the counties, K-12 cities, counties. It's kind of interesting to me. Healthcare only got 8 million of it, and K-12 got 67 million. And the county is, it seems like to me a healthcare crisis, the healthcare would get full coverage.
So
Yeah, that's what I was, is it because they've got direct loan already?
So, so an example would be 8 million for healthcare, but 10 million for COVID testing, on the previous page. So it's how you slice and dice, and some direct funds were sent to hospitals and others. And you'll recall, and I hate to bring this up because I feel like I'm just going to get a lot of questions that I cannot answer. But you'll recall the last time we met, Secretary Burns Wallace was here and she brought that really big spreadsheet. I mean, Kansas has seen something like, I can certainly say it was more than $10 billion to the state. And I think the beauty of this localized program is, or the hope and the expectation is that local government will know best where their needs were first. And that's what we tried to do with that first tranche of grant.
This is just where the counties.
Just where the counties, yeah. And that's based on back on August 17th. I'm really looking forward to seeing what the next iteration is.
And then the other thing was early on, at the very beginning, I think we heard about what education got, and there was a lot from the counties that were kind of put as future funding, future needs or whatever. Do you have any idea what?
We need to come back to you with that.
Okay, yeah, because they've got to spend that by December, so you would think they kind of have an idea of what.
And recall, we had what was it, 38 million that they hadn't identified. So we actually had one county that sent in a plan that overspent. And they're like, just in case some of these aren't eligible, we want to have a backup. So there was some really good thinking. And then there were a couple of counties where they had, so those were front loaded, right? Where they said, we're going to spend a bunch more money up front. We love that. There are a couple of counties that said we're going to spend it back end, and then those are the ones you worry about.
Okay, so you can find out more about that.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
We'll go back to Shelby if you have the answer, come back to that.
So in round two, the economic development category is roughly 78.6 billion for small business supports, grants to local food producers, and then IT job placement and training. The bulk of the funding was in the small business supports, so the smaller programs that show to the grant funding for businesses that could show year-over-year revenue losses to ensure that those small businesses that we know can be on the other side can still be viable businesses, we're given an opportunity like capital to continue operating.
Thank you. All right. Were you finishing your question?
Yes.
Okay. Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had the same question as Representative Hoffman, so double up on that, but on that, what the future plan was. What I think I heard from some of my local units of government, that some of the counties were also allocating money to some of the sub areas like cities, et cetera. And there was future plan categories in that also. In other words, they're not spending all of the money they got. So they got some of their money early, and then they had future plans. So, and the question I just got this week from one of my cities was, do we need to have MOUs? And I know you have MOUs in phase 2 and phase 3. Were you recommending that counties also write MOUs with K-12 cities, higher ed, healthcare, some of that?
I would say counties need to do what they think they need to do to make sure they're accountable. We have allocated those funds to the counties. We have agreements with the counties. They need to be accountable for how they're going to use those.
So we didn't require that. So they'll come up with their own system.
No.
And,
Believe me, yeah, I think we can't get into the business of writing contracts with counties and then reviewing the contracts they have with their cities, goodness.
I think that's wise. The other question.
It's going to be tough enough, right? To just start saying like, look, like the deadline's here, the deadline's coming. And that, we will be doing a lot of communicating with counties. And that's why we got the technical assistance out there to try to help them. It's way better for them to use those dollars wisely.
I sat in on 2 of those Zoom meetings, and I think that technical assistance was asked for and needed by the counties, particularly the ones that were not able to hire consultants. The other thing I wanted to be clear about, it's the county's decision. I think SPARK or the executive committee, maybe it was steering committee, but it was another one of those boar's days in the last, how many days have you been meeting with SPARK? 107. We're used to having appeals processes, and something doesn't work right, people can ask their legislator to intervene, et cetera. But we gave the counties the authority. We did ask that they share that money with the other governmental entities in the county, correct?
Yeah, we asked that, and I think we showed that they did a nice job.
It shows that across the state they did.
And those funds have to be for eligible purposes.
Right.
And they have that. How they choose to use that is, and we also asked them, we didn't require, but we asked them to use a public process, and Minnie put together a little mini SPARK conversation.
And I think that's an important thing too, so thank you.
All right.
I think, Madam Chair, I think that all of us are kind of focusing on the money that went out to the counties in round 1, and then anticipating what it'll look like on August 8th or October 8th when we get the reports back. So when we're looking at the counties across the state, excluding Johnson and Sedgwick, because out of that $350 million, they were excluded because they received it directly from the federal government. Are we seeing smaller counties or more rural counties not utilizing the funds that was received in round 1, or is it more medium-sized counties or large? I mean, how are they dispersing the funds based off of the varying populations and counties across the state?
That's a really interesting question. I'm happy to get that analysis.
Okay, I was kind of wondering, you said one county was overspending, but was that more of a rural county? Was it more of a medium-sized populated county? I was kind of
Medium
wondering.
size is my recollection, but those are interesting, like, I think it's just a fascinating process. It's just, it is.
And then, right now, the 38 million that is unreconciled, what would be the process of trying, if we were to basically claw back those dollars and then utilize them someplace else? I mean, is that
Yeah,
in
that's
the
it, that's
agreement
part
with
of
the
it.
counties?
Yeah,
It is,
then you have to disperse your funds, if not, we don't use the clawback, but it's like that.
Okay, Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This new designation, child supervision, does that include child care providers?
Yes. Well, so we were careful in that because the programs vary. So some are more educationally focused, some are more child care focused. So we just went with child supervision as a way to be broader than any other category. Yes, child care providers, we need to check, are eligible, but it has to be, it can't just be like regular child care. So we can do some more details on what those parameters are.
Well, I'm kind of, it seems like the lone voice here in the darkness about this child care provider situation, but it just is so much common sense to me that if we don't have providers, even if people need to send their child to a daycare or whatever, if they're not there, they're not going to be there. And it seems like we need to designate more money for grants for child care providers startups. It's an extremely regulated industry, and at some point in time, this is going to come about. I'm just kind of trying to head that off, but at some point in time, people are going to say, hey, we have $25, $30 million in DCF and child care tax credits. If you can't find a place to put your kid, you're not going to be able to access the child care tax credit. So I just keep saying that, and hopefully some of it will stick one of these days. So thank you.
All right, any other questions? Okay, well, thank you for being here. You don't have to come back and watch the room. So we'll see you late October. Hopefully we see a lot of progress. So appreciate all your work and everyone else as part of the recovery team. So anything else to come before us, we'll see you back here October 6th and 7th. 6th and 7th. So a 2-day meeting. All right, thank you all. We're adjourned.
Just like when we have